Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. What's up, what's up, what's up? Hello. It is a good day, isn't it? Good day to exploit. No, I'm just kidding. What's up? It's drama time. Get your coffee, guys. Get your popcorn. We're so ready to talk about this. So ready. Let's fucking go. Okay, let's roll the intro. Hello. All right, so happy afternoon, everybody. Hope you all had a great Saturday. Hope you all have a great weekend in general. Thank you so much for the 83 Mazes. What's up? I remember Hearthstone card like it was yesterday. I played so much Hearthstone today. I was cycling for like almost 2 hours, and I was playing a lot of Hearthstone on my phone while listening to the Racewell First broadcast. Thank you so much, Ace. You're the best. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A quick question. Method is 2 tanking. Is this correct? Yeah. Okay, so just wanted to make sure, because some people think that Method is ahead of Echo, and that's actually not true. Well, like it looks like they're ahead. I mean, they are effectively ahead on the boss, but they will need to 1 tank to make the damage, right? So, like, some people think, oh, look, Method is now overtaking Echo, but in reality, Method needs to practice 1 tanking to be able to kill a boss, because they won't have enough damage to kill a boss with 2 tanks. So just because their percentage is lower, it doesn't actually mean they're further in progression. So Echo is still very much ahead of Method, because they're ahead. I don't want to even say ahead, but they're not behind. Like, Echo is getting practice with the 1 tanking, which is of course what you're gonna have to do, while Method still has to do this. So to say that Method is like ahead of Echo, I would say is certainly not correct. And the fact that Liquid is gapping Echo is also incorrect. Because obviously, Echo is still trying to catch up from the disadvantage of starting around 10 hours later, right? Which, you know, it's just the nature of the reset. They have to catch up, though, eventually, right? Echo is being mega gapped. I mean, they're not, but if you wanna pretend they are, then go for it. Anyway, guys, so we're actually going to talk about the exploit drama that has come up yesterday evening. I did quickly want to talk about it, and I figured I'm also going to make a YouTube video about it, because so many people are going to be asking throughout the day, and that it would be good so I can refer them to a video. And I also made a video about the exploit that Echo was using with the Renown before the race, right? I made a video about that. So I was thinking it's just fair to also make a video about this exploit. So I'm covering all of the exploits. Apparently my channel is a drama channel now, guys. But yeah, I will make a YouTube video out of it. So I'm basically going to be recording a YouTube video while streaming. But I figured we can talk about it afterwards. So basically, I'm just gonna explain what the exploit is, explain my thought process, what I'm thinking about it, and then afterwards we can have a discussion with you guys, if that's cool with you. So yeah, let's do that. Fun. Exploits left and right. I will be turning off the music when I'm recording it, yep. Is it loud? Liquid can kill the boss any pool and Echo aren't even close. I mean, Liquid is ahead of Echo, of course. I was not saying that Liquid isn't ahead. I was saying that Method isn't ahead of Echo. Because people are saying that Method is like super far ahead of Echo or whatever. Liquid is, of course, ahead of Echo. Of course. Like... And Echo still needs some time, of course. It would be, like, the thing that Echo wants to do is they want to kill the boss today. During their raid day. It is now 1:40 p.m. and they usually raid until like 9 p.m. So that would be... Oh my god, now I have to do math. A bit less than 8 hours. Right? So they're technically, if they could kill the boss tonight, so within that time frame, then they would have made up time in comparison to Liquid, because obviously Liquid did not kill a boss on their Sunday, their Saturday. So yeah, basically, if Echo kills it today, they would have made up time. But it's also possible they don't kill it today, right? Obviously, because Liquid also didn't kill it during their raid day yesterday. So it's not necessarily likely that they'll kill it today within that 8-hour frame. But I think there is a possibility. Hey, Maya. All good. What about you? Why would Method 1 tank the boss if it's not even possible that way? What do you mean it's not possible that way? I mean, both Liquid and Echo are one tanking the boss, yeah? Oh, you're asking why Method is 2 tanking and not 1 tanking. Ah. I mean, it's very possible that Method just wants to get more practice in with 2 tanks. And then, like, they want to maybe just see further into the end rage. Like, basically just have the boss be lower before they make the switch. Like, you can have different approaches for this kind of stuff. Hey, Rage Darling, by the way, what's up? Isn't that bad practice? No, like, I do think there's different approaches to this kind of stuff that both works. Like, it has upsides and downsides to do. So, let me explain. So, let's say there's a boss that you know is a tight damage check. Now, you can approach it differently. You can say, okay, we know it's a tight damage check, but for now, we have to make sure we can learn the boss. Before we try to min-max the damage, we focus on making sure our raiders can execute the mechanics properly, and we're gonna retroactively, well, I mean, retroactively is the wrong word, but we're gonna change things later on, because we think that our raiders, once they have practiced the boss a bit more, they're gonna be quicker at adapting to changes later, right? So you can say, okay, guys, we noticed a tight damage check, so we're gonna learn the boss with a strategy that is more difficult. But we know we're gonna have to do this difficult strategy to meet the damage check eventually. Or you can say, okay, we know this boss has a tight damage check. We're gonna try and learn the boss with an easier strategy first, knowing that we're not gonna be able to kill it with the easier strat. But we just want to make it easier on everyone to learn the boss initially. And then once we have the muscle memory down for everything, then we're going to apply the more difficult strategy, which of course is going to take some relearning, but that's just a different approach, right? And I feel like both, like, you can make arguments for both approaches, I think. But yeah, they're gonna start one tanking now, so they're gonna adjust to the one tank strategy now. Our method is betting on either the boss getting nerfed or the boss doesn't get killed until reset. No, they're doing the one tanking now. But yeah, let me do this YouTube video. Let me switch to my different POV. Let me mute the music. So. Hello everyone, my name is Naguura, and today we're gonna be talking about the Spellslinger exploit that has been used by I'm Fired Up from Liquid during the Race to World First. All right, so there's been some drama coming up during the Race to World First. I mean, it's best to show you the tweet. So Gingy tweeted yesterday. He tweeted this. Liquid Guild is sitting there openly exploiting Spellslinger stacks on a mythic boss. Now, a lot of you are probably like me, and you're like, what is Spellslinger, and what is this exploit doing? So let me explain this first, before we talk about this any further. All right. So, the way this works, Spellslinger is a hero talent tree for mages, for arcane mages. The way it works is that the first talent here, Splintering Sorcery, applies arcane splinters. So if you read at the bottom, it says arcane splinters embed themselves into their target, dealing so-and-so damage over 18 seconds. This effect stacks. And then the last talent reads, whenever you have 8 or more active embedded arcane splinters, you automatically cast a splinter storm at your target. Shatter all embedded arcane splinters, dealing their remaining periodic damage instantly. And the rest doesn't really matter. So basically what this does, explained in simpler terms, is you're casting on your target, you stack up a debuff, and if it's 8 or more and you're casting on that target, then it's going to explode and do damage. Okay? Now, there's a little bit of a bug with this. I wouldn't necessarily... Okay. It definitely doesn't work as intended, but it does read like the tooltip says. So basically what happens here, it says, whenever you have 8 or more active embedded arcane splinters, you automatically cast a splinter storm at your target, right? At your target is the word here that you have to focus on. So what Fired Up did is, instead of casting directly onto the boss through target, he's focusing the boss, or replaced all of his damage spells with macros, and the macros cast at target. So you don't ever have to target anything, in fact, to do damage. You can just use a lot of macros that do at focus. So you have, like, instead of casting arcane missiles as like the normal spell, you make a macro that reads /cast at focus arcane missiles. And so you replace all of his spells with macros that are at focus. So he never targeted the boss and still kept casting onto the boss, which created a situation where this arcane splinter debuff would stack up really, really highly. It would never explode because he never directly cast it at the target, which never made the splinter storm happen. It's explained here. This is what his UI looked like. So he basically targeted himself, as you can see on this like circle here. And you can see the plate or nameplate, it has this like kind of pattern in it, which indicates that he has the boss on focus. And here, where usually his target frame would be, he has moved his focus frame. So he's not actually targeting the boss, he's currently targeting himself. And you can see in the boss frames that the boss currently has 224 of these splinter stacks, which are supposedly only go up to 8 and then explode, right? So this is the bug. And this is like the exploit that he had been using. Some people are saying, oh, what if it was an accident? What if he always just cast on focus? And it's like, no, it certainly 100% was not an accident. This was intentional because this, this talent, like this hero talent, you don't even play this hero talent. It's worse than the other one. It's only better because of this bug abuse. And you can clearly see that he was trying to hide that he's using it, right? He moved his focus target down where his target frame is. He always focused the boss in a sneaky way, and it was definitely an intentional thing. It was 100% not on purpose. And I don't want to say it 100% because I can't read his mind, so it's going to be like a 99.9% kind of angle here, but it would be incredibly unlikely that he did this on purpose, right? So yeah, anyway, so he did this on purpose, and clearly knowing that this is not intended, which we would call an exploit, bug abuse kind of thing, right? It's not necessarily, I wouldn't call it actually a bug, because I think the talent, the tooltip reads exactly that way. But we all know that sometimes a tooltip is a bit misleading, and you know the intention of what it's supposed to do. And it's not that. This is not the intention of the talent. The talent is supposed to make it explode at 8 stacks, right? So just to get that out of the way, it was intentional. It is a bug exploit, and it's certainly not intended by Blizzard to work this way, right? So we can get that out of the way. Now, people have been definitely talking back and forth about this, and they're like, oh, well, he should get banned, right, for doing this. Now, I do want to say that this boss, they haven't killed it yet. As I'm recording this video, Liquid has not killed this boss yet. Now, one very important thing to note about this boss is that this boss has nothing that is percentage-based. There's no percentage-based phases, and there's nothing that you gain from doing more damage to the boss up until the point where you kill the boss, right? Of course, doing more damage to the boss and then you kill it is obviously an advantage. But the difference between getting the boss to 2% or the boss to 10%, there is no difference. It's completely not an advantage. So whatever Fired Up did not actually give them an advantage on this boss if they don't use this on the kill. It has been hotfixed now, as far as I'm aware. So you can't. They also, as soon as they have been called out, they stopped using it. So that's where there's a little bit of a question mark now, right? Because clearly he has abused the bug. Did not gain an advantage from it though.
Hello, everyone.
So the question is, should this be punished if they didn't directly benefit from it? And usually my answer would be no. I don't think that if you didn't actually kill a boss with a bug, if you just did a few attempts on it, then I don't think, personally, this is my personal opinion, I don't think they should be banned for it. The problem, though, is that obviously this is in a race to world first environment, and you could argue that the reason why he stopped using the bug is because he was called out publicly by Echo, by Gingy. And what if they wouldn't have called it out? Would they have killed the boss like this and would it have gotten unpunished? Or would they have killed the boss and then gotten punished because they killed the boss with the bug, right? So now you have these questions he attempted it, right? And stopped because he got called out. So should Blizzard consider this? Because if they don't punish him now, then it might set a precedent where the guilds are looking at each other with magnifying glasses to look at exactly what they're doing, because if Blizzard is not punishing them, and if they have to call them out for it for them to stop, then that would create a really toxic environment between the guilds, where they constantly have to be like, they use this, they bug abuse that, they're exploiting here, right? Because if Blizzard does not do it out of like themselves, without the guilds calling them out, then that would probably be the result of that, right? And I don't think that would be good either. But another really important thing to mention about this bug here is what happened with the previous ban. So previously, before the race war first started, Echo and some people in Method and one person in Liquid exploited a bug with renown, with reputation gain. So some players in Echo, some players in Method, and one person in Liquid got banned for gaining more renown, more reputation than intended. And they got banned for 4 days before the Mythic raid came out. The more important thing, though, is that Sorbrix from Blizzard wrote this in their Race War First Discord. He said, "Greetings. As you may have already noticed, we are in the process of issuing suspensions for accounts that took advantage of specific loopholes that allowed faster than intended progress on the severed threats renown track. This is being done for everyone who took advantage, but because this is an issue that will be of particular interest to the folks here, we wanted to provide extra context. The extra renown and rewards gained will be taken away by the time the suspensions end. This is not a step we take lightly, but game integrity demands that there be consequences beyond just rolling back gains, or we're just incentivizing competitive players to take immediate advantage of every exploit they find. Sincere thanks to those of you who have helped, blah, 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 blah." So here's the thing, right? Again, I personally don't think, or in my opinion, I don't think that...
I didn't know we just get you home, so yeah, it wasn't my intent.
that I'm Fired Up should be banned since they didn't actually kill the boss and didn't gain an advantage. But this thing here, in particular, this text, almost makes me think that maybe they should. Just because, if Fired Up does not get banned, right? If Fired Up completely goes unpunished for using this bug, then what does it mean? Does it mean that the players from now on, if they find a bug like this, should just use it? I'm not sure, right? It creates this really weird scenario where certain people are going to be like, well, I mean, Fired Up used it and he didn't get banned, so I should just do this as well. And what if someone else in the future does this exact same thing, or not this exact same thing, but something very similar, and they then kill a boss with that bug? What if that person then gets banned? Well, then that person's going to argue, well, I mean, why didn't Fired Up get banned, right? So I feel like this is such a weird situation where I think... Fuck, I'm redoing this video. Okay, we're going again.
All right, who wants to play with me?
We're going again. Okay. We're going again, guys. First of all, I also talked for way too long. This would have been a way too long video. He said it wasn't a ban tech, he was doing what the tooltip said. Nah. This whole thing that what the tooltip says, I love Fired Up. Fired Up is the nicest person, yeah. He's great, and I don't want him to be punished because he is the nicest person. He really is, he's great. But he clearly, this is 100% a bug abuse, and it's intended. To say anything other than that would be either fully naive or you're just coping. This is what I mean. It's 100% intentional, and he knows this is not intended. This is a bug abuse. He knows that it is.
Nerf now is ability. Everyone's committed Vantage runes and spent 2 days banging their head against it. I think a nerf.
So to say that he didn't do it on purpose, or that it's what the tooltip says, nah. Sometimes the tooltip says something, and you still know that it's not intended to work this way. And then it doesn't matter what the tooltip says, right? Like if you clearly are aware of how something should work and it doesn't work this way, then it is a bug abuse. Like you are,
the least controversial time possible, but people will still bitch, right? If they wait until
that is just how, what it is, right?
And Method's day is half over, and Liquid gets a full day of playing with the nerf and then going on the next boss.
I could get banned for mechanic skipping? Mechanic skipping?
They're gonna try to be
What?
as sensitive as that as possible. So Ron, where are you on? I am on. Ah, you found me. All right, and then Mona just let me know when you're
Okay, like people are saying, oh, how can you like Fired Up, but then you want him to get banned? It's like I can like a person and still think whatever they did in the game or whatever it is. Like I'm not saying he should go to jail. Like, like I
straight to jail. You break the rules, straight to jail. No
hey,
appeals.
Adeline, what's up?
Only one punishment for every crime.
Shame.
Off with his head.
Shame.
I like him too. I played with him back
He's
in
great.
Battle for Zarlord.
He's amazing.
He's smart and nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he did do something pretty fucking sneaky now.
Yeah.
So I have done that too. I've been banned for bad stuff.
I've been banned
you can
too.
like someone and say that they broke the rules.
Yeah.
And if Blizzard's going to be trying to enforce them, then they need to enforce them.
Mm.
Do we know when the nerfs are coming? Guys, stop rumor mongering. You say, do we know
We're
when
not
the nerfs
here
are
from
coming? Because
objective
there are
empirical
nerfs.
data.
We don't know if there are nerfs.
No, this is like a lot of people are coming up with all of these like things that happened in the past. And I don't think that is the correct approach here.
Hi, Sam. Oh, you can't hear. Okay, there we go. Hi, Sam.
Like I don't think what like it's like, oh, but they did this in the past and they did that and like they did that. Like I think that is actually irrelevant. What happened? Like I actually think it's irrelevant what happened like in the past.
It's not your fault. That's always going to happen when anyone.
Because you can always argue that. I mean, I account shared in the past during Race War First, and I didn't get banned for it because they didn't ban it back then. Back then, Blizzard didn't give a shit about account sharing, and they just let it happen. So I account shared numerous times.
Okay.
People are not account sharing anymore now because they got banned for it. Eventually, Blizzard started banning people, and they stopped. Right? And it like evolves. So like comparing like one bug abuse with another or comparing things that happen now to what happened in the past doesn't make sense because what we want them to do is stop people from feeling like they have to use like basically we want the Race War First players to stop bug abusing. And that's only going to happen if Blizzard actually starts punishing them for doing so, right? Because of course they're gonna abuse everything they can find if they not get punished for it. Right? So that is the argument, right?
And they're being slow because they know they're gonna get criticized for it. But I would be shocked if they just let it stand and the boss didn't get killed this week. And you have to kill all 3 next week. That means it's most likely a 3-week tier, which is historically not very good. I mean, I love it.
But anyway, let's let me read you the video. I'm sorry. I'm gonna do it quicker this time. I had to learn. Just remove him from the Race War First. That's not how it works. Blizzard cannot remove somebody from the Race War First. The Race War First is not an official race. It's not a tournament. It is community based. They can't just call Liquid. It's like, hey guys, well, actually, we want Fired Up to be removed from the race. Thank you. Like, that's not how it works. Either Blizzard bans him, or they don't. Like, those are the options Blizzard has. The only way to stop Fired Up from competing in the race would be to ban him. Can the community vote for punishing?
That would be so demoralizing. And yet
I know that you can hear Jeeth, but that's just how it is because we're in the cast room. So anyway, I'm gonna re-record the video now. I'm even gonna do full screen.
If you don't think the nerf is coming, I think you do mythic BOP farming because you get an extra 2 items like
Okay.
or 1 item level rate.
This time it's gonna work for sure. Hello everyone, my name is Naguura, and today I'm going to be talking about the bug exploit that has recently been causing some drama in the race wall first. Alright, so I do want to say that I'm at the in the caster room where the other casters are streaming and talking as well, so sorry about that. But just to focus on my voice. Alright, so the recent drama that came up, we can look at Gingy's tweet here. It's like Gingy's saying, bro, at Liquid Guild is sitting there openly exploiting Spellslinger stacks on a mythic boss. If this isn't ban-worthy, then what is? Crazy. Alright, so people are probably wondering, what is
Do you have vortex monitors?
exploiting Spellslinger stacks? Alright, so it's a mage thing. Let me explain. So Arcane Mages have the option to go Spellslinger as a hero talent build, which is actually not the best hero talent build. You would play the other one, which I obviously don't know what that one's called. But this one here, the way it works is that there's arcane splinters that embed themselves into their target, dealing X amount of arcane damage over 18 seconds, and this effect stacks. So it's a dot that stacks up. And then there's something called Splinter Storm. Whenever you have 8 or more active embedded arcane splinters, you automatically cast a Splinter Storm at your target. And that Splinter Storm basically consumes the stacks and does the remaining damage of the stacks to the damage, as damage to the boss. So you just stack it up randomly to 8, then you cast on the boss, and it's like, it explodes. Now, the bug here is, or the thing that is not working as intended, let's call it that, is that you can basically not target the boss or target whatever it is you're trying to do damage on, and then you will never explode the stacks, and it stacks up really highly. And the way you achieve that is by, instead of targeting something and casting on it like you normally would, you replace all of your spells with macros that go on your focus. So it's like, you make a macro that says /cast at focus arcane missiles, /cast at focus arcane blast, whatever, right? And you just replace all of your spells, so you never target the boss directly. And you can see that here. This is a screenshot of I'm Fired Up's UI. So what he did was he was targeting himself, as you can see with this blue circle around his character here. He never was actually targeting the boss. It looks like he's targeting the boss, but this is actually just a focus frame. So he's /focusing the boss before they go in combat, move the focus frame to the target frame, and you can also see that the nameplate has this like pattern in it, which indicates that it's a focus. And then here you can see on the boss, you can see the stacks of the splinter. It goes to 224, and as we just read, it's supposed to explode at 8, right? And doing this gives him around like a 4% damage increase. So this is not like some 20 trillion like DPS increase or whatever. It's 4%, which is still very significant for a boss like this, though, right? Because this boss, of course, has not been killed yet, by the way, as I'm recording this video. And 4% extra damage would be huge because this boss is such a difficult damage check that the guilds are like one tanking and doing like everything they can to gain extra damage, right? So a 4% damage increase, of course, being very significant. Now, once Fired Up was called out on Twitter, he did then change to the other talent tree again and was not using this bug anymore. I think it might have been fixed by now by Blizzard as well, but either way, he's not using it anymore. So he's playing normally again. Now, I do want to say that this was clearly, like, intentionally used by Fired Up. Like, this was not something that happened in an accident or whatever, because obviously you're not going to be replacing all of your spells with macros randomly, and you're going to be moving your focus frame around, whatever. Like, it's very clear that Fired Up knew what he was doing. This is also something that has been known already for a couple of months even, apparently. I think it was Preheat that made a video about this as well during beta. So this is a known bug that has been around for a long time, and Fired Up also has not been using this bug all of the time. He only switched to it when they were closer to killing the boss. He then switched to this talent tree. So I love Fired Up. He's a great guy. He's amazing. I love Fired Up. But to say that it was not intended is definitely very naive. Like, this was intentional. Yeah, like this was all set up intentionally, right? Now, the question is, should he get banned for this or not? One thing I want to note here, and I think it's very important, two things that are very important about the ban discussion here is number one, did they gain an advantage for using this? And the answer is no. They have not killed the boss with this bug. And this boss does not have percentage-based phases or anything else that would happen just because the boss is lower. So there's different kinds of bosses in WoW, right? Some bosses have percentage-based phases. They have, like, if you do more damage to something, then something else happens, and so on, right? And if it was a boss like this, you could argue, oh, well, they did gain an advantage. Even if they haven't killed the boss, they would have gained an advantage by pushing through another phase that they wouldn't have been able to do without the extra damage, and so on, right? But in this boss in particular, there's no such thing. The difference between the boss being on 70% during the end rage or on 1% during the end rage is completely and utterly irrelevant. Okay, so it does not change anything on the boss. So that means they actually didn't get a single benefit from doing this. Nothing. As long as they don't use this during the kill, which, you know, they haven't killed the boss yet, and I would assume they're not doing it, or it has been fixed even right now. So then the argument is, okay, should he be banned if he used something that wasn't intended, with intention though, but didn't gain an advantage? I don't know. And the other point that I want to make is this, in particular here, this message from Sorbrix. This was a couple of weeks ago. I made a video about this. If you didn't know that the Echo Raiders and some other Raiders had been banned during the normal mode and heroic week, then I made a video about it, so you can go and watch it. But basically, some players have been banned in Echo, in Method as well, and one player in Liquid had been banned for abusing the renowned track. So basically gaining reputation with a certain faction in a not intended way. There were various different bug abuses that they did. But the thing that is important here is when Sorbrix messaged the Race World First Raiders, he told them that they're going to get banned and that it will be rolled back. And then he said, this is not a step we take lightly, but game integrity demands that there be consequences beyond just rolling back gains, or we're just incentivizing competitive players to take immediate advantage of every exploit they find. So the problem here is that I think if they're going to ban some of the Echo players, some of the Method players, and one of the Liquid players for the Renown thing, which was barely a gain, but it was a gain, right? But barely. And they rolled them back, so it wasn't like a gain anymore after the bans. And then they like type out this message where they say, hey, we don't want people to feel incentivized to use bugs. You could argue that, well, then FiredUp probably should be suspended for a couple of days or for some time at least, just to like show the Race World First players, hey guys, like we're serious about this. Like stop this, right? Because if they don't ban him now, if he won't get a suspension, right? Then players are still going to be on the edge, right? It's like, yeah, we got banned for the whole Renown thing, but players actually abusing things that gives you more damage, gives you an actual advantage, like in the Race World First, that does not get banned. Like, so if they find a bug in the future where they would gain more damage, should they just then be using it because FiredUp didn't get banned? Like, so it's like I can see both arguments. I personally am also a bit torn. Like, I personally wouldn't know what to do. Like, I'm glad I'm not in Blizzard's shoes here, and I don't have to make any decisions, obviously. I personally, what I really care about is the Race World First, obviously, and I don't want the guilds to be in a situation where they constantly have to look at each other and like point fingers at each other and constantly look for exploits that the other guilds are using just to call them out. Because the question is, why did FiredUp stop using this bug? Because he got called out, right? I think it is very likely that FiredUp would have used this bug on the kill if he wouldn't have been called out. Because, I mean, that was his intention, right? Why would he switch to it if he's not going to stick to it, right? So I think his intention was to kill the boss with this bug, right? Otherwise, there was no purpose for him to even do this. So then you're like, okay, he wanted to do it, but then backpedaled because he got called out. If Blizzard now does not do anything, then it obviously encourages the guilds to continue to monitor each other and constantly look at what they're doing, right? Which I personally think would be very toxic. And I don't like that. Like, I don't want the guilds to constantly like look at each other like, they're using this bug and this guild is doing that, you know, like that would be super toxic. So I don't know. But then on the other hand, I'm certainly also like the fact that they didn't actually gain an advantage is the biggest problem I have here. If they would have killed the boss with this bug, I would have been like, okay, you definitely should be banning Fired Up. Like then 100% sure, in my opinion, he should have been banned after this message that I'm seeing here, right? But they didn't kill the boss with it. And they didn't gain an advantage. The boss does not change anything. Like they gained 0 advantage. So now I'm like, I personally am torn. I'm like, I don't know. Like, should a player get banned for a bug exploit if they didn't gain any advantage from it? I don't know. It's very difficult. Another thing to note is the fact that it was caught on stream, right? Like, you can argue. So what if there's a lot of people that play Mage that abuse this bug every day? But they're not streaming it, and no one cares about them because they're just, I don't know, like maybe they're just like unknown and plus players or whatever. Like, should you punish one player for using a bug because they have streamed it on a third-party website that has nothing to do with Blizzard, while other people don't get banned for it? That's another argument you can make. I personally think that it should be true. Like, I think, like, I do think that Blizzard, if they get things like, because they can go and check, right? They can definitely go and check if the bug was abused or not through their own data, because they can obviously see the debuffs stacking up high, right? They can just go and go through the tries that Liquid did on the boss, and they can see, oh, Spellslinger stacks went up to 220. Clearly, they've used the bug, right? So they can verify the bug, but the fact that they wouldn't have known unless somebody would have... They wouldn't have known without somebody telling them, and they wouldn't have known if they wouldn't stream, right? That's also like a little bit of like a questionable thing, I guess, as well, that you could argue that, I don't know. Because again, this is not an official, like the race for first is not an official race. I guess some people think it is, but it's not. So people say, oh, just ban him for the race for first, but that doesn't work because it's not an official race. So the only thing they can do is either they ban Fired Up or they don't. One thing that I was thinking that would be like an in-between kind of solution that might actually work, like some sort of like compromise, would be maybe, let's say they wait. What if Blizzard waits for Liquid to kill the boss? Without the exploit, of course. And then they ban Fired Up. Then they can say, so we've looked into like your tries on this boss, and we noticed that one of your players was like using this bug, or that you in particular used this bug, and we're gonna ban you for 2 days or whatever. And then it wouldn't interfere with the race of first that much, because obviously banning Fired Up before they kill the boss would interfere with the race quite a lot, because then they would have to get in another mage, another player somehow, and it would obviously matter a lot. But if they ban Fired Up after the boss goes down, then it would still affect them greatly, because losing Fired Up would obviously be pretty bad. But they can go and attempt the Silken Cord with just a different setup, right? So I do think maybe if they want to go with like a compromise kind of deal, they could just, you know, like not ban him for now and then wait for the kill and then ban him like for a day or two afterwards. And then maybe it still gives the message to the players that, hey, you shouldn't be bug abusing. And then maybe in the future, the raiders will not do it anymore, or they will be like, because right now the raiders are in the situation where they're like, oh, I found a bug. Do I use it or do I not use it? Like just being in a situation where you're unclear if you get punished by Blizzard or not for using it is just a bad place to be in for both Echo and Liquid, for any like top guilds, or anyone else for that matter too. It's not just about top guilds, it's also about anyone else. Like if you are in a situation where you see a bug that would give you an advantage, and you know that in the past other people have used bugs like this and they didn't get punished, then you feel like, oh my god, I have to do this to get an advantage, because yeah, there's a very high chance I won't get punished for it, right? Because people haven't got punished in the past. And especially with this message in mind here, it's just a difficult situation to be in. I don't know, like, I personally am torn. I don't think that a super harsh punishment is required or even warranted, considering that they didn't gain an advantage. I do think the intent of trying to kill the boss with an exploit was there. And I think, like, I would understand any decision that Blizzard makes here. Like, if they don't ban the Fired Up at all, if they don't do anything, if they don't punish him at all, I would understand. Because again, they didn't gain an advantage. I would understand. I would also understand if they ban him for the reasons that I mentioned before, that, you know, this statement here by Sorebricks, the fact that they want people to not feel like they have to abuse bugs, and the intent behind him wanting to kill the boss with the bug, right? So I think there's arguments for both sides here, objectively, like looking at it. And yeah, I don't know what Blizzard is going to do. So far, he hasn't gotten banned, of course. So we'll see. But yeah, that is my personal opinion. Like, I mean, I don't really have an opinion. I'm just like, I don't know what to do, but I could understand both sides. But I would love to hear what you guys think about this. One thing I want to note, though, before you start like typing in the comments, please make sure we are staying as civil as possible. This is a game. Like, this is not anything like super serious. We're not talking about jail or about the law or about anything like that. This is very much a game, and the Race to World First is a community-based event that is not an official race. There's no prize pool, okay? Keep that in mind as well. And just keep it civil. Also make sure you're understanding that Fired Up as a person is can still be like a very nice person while still like doing something in the game that was against the rules, right? You don't have to like attack Fired Up as like a person. Please don't do that. Fired Up is a very nice person, and he does not deserve any like personal attacks for this, okay? Just keep that in mind. I do not want anything like that in my comments here. Also, again, I don't want any personal attacks on the other players. Also, Gingy for calling him out. I think he had the right to do so. I personally think it was definitely good that he called him out, because that's what made him stop using the bug as well, right? That it gained some attention. So I do think that you also shouldn't be calling out Ginger for it. I think just keep it civil. Just try to keep it constructive. And yeah, I would still love to hear what you guys think about this in the comments below. Thank you so much for watching, and let me know what you think. Have a nice rest of your day, and goodbye.
Was that on a stream?
I'm streaming and recording a video at the same time.
Oh, did I yell in the middle of your video straight to jail?
No, that was earlier. Like,
Okay.
I had to re-record it because when Medic came over and did this whole thing, it was it was too loud, so I just re-recorded it.
Okay.
So I know. Oh, again.
I also have a staff if anybody wants to.
No, I'm gonna keep streaming. Sorry, I just said a goodbye. I said bye because I was about to stop the video. This, yeah. I demand the straight to jail bit be included. Oh wait, I'm still sharing my screen.
Alright, I can do one more maybe. Where do we want to go?
But yeah, before we talk about this more, I do want you to take this seriously, what I said at the end of the video, yeah? Like, this is still a game. Like, you should take this a lot less serious. Like, a lot of people are very serious about this. And just take a step back from that. Like, just think about a moment. Like, should you be so emotionally, like, involved about this, like, whole subject? Should you be, like, super angry or super happy or super whatever it is you're feeling? And the answer is probably no. Like, just take a step back and look at it in like a more constructive way. I think that usually helps with stuff like this, because this really isn't as serious as some people make it out to be. It is a video game after all, and again, they didn't gain an advantage from it, so. I think it's very similar. Well, I don't want to say similar, but the whole renown exploit was also, like, it was an exploit, but some people completely blew it out of proportions, as if it was like as if they killed a person in real life, you know? It's like, shit, did I record this properly? Okay, I think I did. Oh. How long is this video? 18 minutes. Okay, that's okay. It's not that bad. Should Echo have been punished for the sneak Lua thing? I mean, I personally think all of these things should have been punished. I personally think that that Blizzard should have. I mean, they can't do it in retrospect anymore now. Like, they can't just go and say, "Oh, we're gonna ban Echo now for doing the sneak Lua." Like, I think a lot of things should have been punished in the past, but they didn't, and that's just how it is. Like, we can't change that now. As I said earlier, like, when I was participating in the Race to World First, we did numerous things that were against the rules. Like, I've account shared so many times, and I've done many things that were not intended. And should I be banned for this, like, 10 years later? Obviously not. Because back then, these things were just, Blizzard just did not ban those things. So we did them because we knew we're not going to get punished, right? And then at some point, they started banning people for account sharing. And then we stopped doing it. It's that simple, right? So that's why I think the same thing should happen now. Like, I think that they should start punishing players now for doing these exploits, so they will stop doing it in the future. So bringing up these, like, old examples doesn't really make sense, because yeah, what are you gonna say? Oh, well, Echo didn't get banned for sneak.lua, so no one should ever be banned for anything. Like, what's that argument? That is no argument, right? Should they have been punished? Yes, but they didn't, and we can't change that now, you know? That's how it is now, you know? So unfortunately, we can't, like, roll back time. So I was just asking about what you thought, how much the exploit led to result. You mean the sneak.lua thing, or the fired up thing? No, the fired up thing gave them no advantage at all. 0. That's also why I'm thinking it's questionable how the what kind of punishment he should get, right? Thanks for 3 months, Capty. Thank you so much. That's why I also said that no matter what Blizzard does, I would understand. Because I think you can argue either way.
I would say and I would mean it. I did, yeah. What did you need to know? Yeah. That's just a shame. Yeah, how many did that?
Wait, what was the screenshot from?
I don't know the super well, so
Let me see.
kind of free send kicks. It's only 2.
Nah, I just logged in my Warlock. If Blizzard is taking a stance now, going forward, they need to ban him for this, set the standards and stick to it. Yeah, that's... Yeah. See, that's the main issue I have with it. Because if Blizzard wouldn't have done the whole thing with the Renown, and if they wouldn't have made the statement, then I would firmly say that he should not be banned. Like, I would 100% say that I don't think that he should be banned. But the fact that Blizzard banned the whole Renown thing and then made the statement about them wanting to people not feel incentivized of using bugs, that makes me think that maybe they should, you know? Or I can definitely see the argument why. And Blizzard has not responded. They won't respond. Blizzard will not say anything about this. They either ban him or they don't. If they don't ban him, they certainly will not say anything. If they ban him, they might say something in the Racewell First Discord or something. But to be fair, we've quoted the Racewell First. Like, I know Sorbrix, personally. And I feel honestly a little bit bad for using his tweet because...
But you could...
Like, the thing that happens is like Blizzard, like the people that work at Blizzard, they want to be more transparent and want to talk to players more. Because they're human beings and they want to like talk about this, right? But everything they do say will be held like against them whenever we can as players. Like, like for example, I just now talked about Sorbrix's tweets and brought it up and said, you said this, you know? So the Blizzard employees have to be very cautious in whenever they are communicating. Because if they do communicate, every sentence, everything will be like held against them as if it's like, like they have to be very political in a sense, right? So I hate the fact that I like brought this tweet up now, or not this tweet, it's like a Discord message even. But it's just how things work nowadays, I guess.
They could, but then you lose more damage. Yes, but you do lose more damage.
Yeah, I mean, he's only the one like to... I mean, yeah, I don't know, it is difficult. One thing to note for sure is as well that Blizzard themselves do not want to ban the players. Because obviously the Race to First has pretty big marketing value for the game. So if they would just go ahead and ban a whole guild, then the race would be basically boring and over. So they don't want to do that. Because then they lose all the benefit from the Race to First too. Because they do benefit from it, right? So they want to ban in a way where it does not affect the race as much. That's why I'm suggesting this ban after the boss died. I think that would be a good ban. Like, I personally really think they should wait until Liquid killed the boss and then ban Fired Up. I think they should do that. Because then it wouldn't affect the race that much. But it would still be a ban. Like, it would still... Because it would still, like, affect Liquid, of course. Losing Fired Up for the rest of the race would be huge. Also, I think it would have to be a... See, the other thing is that I think it should be a short ban. So I personally, like, if I would make the decision here, I probably would wait until they kill a boss and then ban Fired Up for like 2 days. Or 1 day even. Like, that's what I would do. But there's one big problem with that. If they ban him, then people will demand a longer ban than that. Like, I don't think the people that are asking for a ban, I think they are not happy with that 2-day ban. Even though 2 days would be hugely impactful already, I still think that people in general, and I don't mean Echo, because Echo would be happy with a 2-day ban. I think the community would not be happy with a 2-day ban. Because then the community would be like, wait a second, like, if I exploit, I get banned for 6 months. And this raceable first player gets banned for 2 days. You know, like, that's the problem. So I think if they ban him, but only for a short amount of time, then I think the community would be like, what the fuck? Like, why not for longer? The punishment has no teeth, then what's the point? Oh, it does have teeth. Like, the raceable first, on average, lasts around 10 days. If you're banned 2 out of those 10 days, that's hugely impactful, yeah. But the community doesn't know that. The majority of the players that play this game think a 2-day ban is nothing for them. Because they don't think about the raceable first being like a short thing where 2 days would actually very impactful, right? A ban for Fired Up for 2 days would be impactful right now. A ban for a normal player at any other given moment would be nothing. Like, if they ban me for 2 days right now, I couldn't care less. Like, what? Like, that doesn't do anything to me, right? So yeah, that's the issue. The vast majority of players will never know about this. I mean, I do think that a lot of people will never know about this, but there's a lot of people that will know about it because it would be on Wowhead, it would be in YouTube videos. Like, people definitely know about this stuff. Like, I think a lot of people underestimate how many people are following the raceable first.
I was trying my best.
Like, there's so many people that watch the raceable first, yeah? Obviously, it's not like the majority of the player base or whatever, but it's a lot of people that are watching. I feel so good today because I got the chance to cycle for 2 hours approximately. I did indoor cycling. And I played some Hearthstone and I listened to the raceable first and it was great. I felt so good. And yesterday we went out for dinner into like this like very, very Cologne kind of beer garden. It was very nice. We sat down and as soon as we were sitting, they already put like 5 beer in front of us. And I was like, yes, this is my kind of restaurant. And then I ordered schnitzel. It was delicious. It took them like an hour because they forgot about us. But whatever. It was great. Liquid starts not for a while. It's really early. Like, it's the middle of the night for them right now. It's minus 9 hours from CET. So it's like 5:40 a.m. at the moment. And they usually start at around 10, 11 a.m. their time. So they will not start for another like 4 hours. During the race, do the competitors take breaks? They do, for just very mandatory things. Like they only take breaks for sleeping and eating.
Getting roasted? Wait, why am I being roasted? What have I done?
I actually recorded a YouTube video where I'm explaining the race well first for like people that don't know anything about it. Even for people that don't play WoW. And that video is being worked on by my editor, Benny, who is trying to make it like a good video. Like he's trying to include lots of footage and clips and explanations of like previous races and whatnot, because I'm explaining loads of stuff. I'm explaining split rates. I'm explaining how you are, like what things you should be paying attention on in like on a WoW UI. Because I'm basically trying to have this video be for people that even don't play WoW at all. So I'm like explaining what the battle rest is, where in the UI you can see the battle rest is, what raid frames are and whatever. And then I'm explaining the different reset thing, like weekly resets, IDs, boss drops, all that stuff. So that video, if you guys are interested in it, it's going to be on my YouTube soon. And also this video that I just recorded about the bug exploits. So definitely go and give my YouTube channel a follow if you want. And get ready for that video if you want to. If you have people that, I don't know, that don't understand the race till first, then that's going to be a video that you guys can link to them if you want. But it's going to take a while for Benny to edit it because we want it to be good. Thank you so much for Prime, red right hand. Thanks for 3 months, Capty, by the way. Thank you so much for the sub gift, Chaos Jager, for the 2 sub gifts. And thanks for the 2 sub gifts, Anonymous. Sorry about not thanking you earlier, but I was recording this video, so I didn't want to like talk about the subs. But I do appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Yeah, people have vastly different opinions about this, which is understandable. Like, this is definitely not like a clear-cut thing. I've talked to people here, and I mean, you would assume that people here are biased as well, because, I mean, obviously I'm at Echo, right? But I definitely think that my opinion, like, I would have the same opinion if I would be casting for Liquid. Like, the opinion of, I mean, I don't even have a clear opinion. I'm just saying that I would understand it to ban him, but I also would understand it to don't ban him, right? Like, I would be okay with both things. And I still think, like, I would have the same opinion if I would be casting for Liquid. And I talked to Jesse, and Jesse, he's arguing that they didn't gain advantage, and therefore he thinks that he should not be banned. So, and then there's other people here that think he should be banned, right? So we do have definitely different kinds of opinions, and it's good to hear different sides too. And it's also interesting to see that it's not like a super clear-cut thing either. You said you would have banned Fired Up after the boss kill. I don't think you could have said that as a Liquid caster. Oh, certainly could have said that as a Liquid caster.
A little bit.
Oh, for sure could have said that. Just because you're casting for a guild doesn't mean that you have to, like... You're being paid to cast, not to change your opinion in favor of that guild. I can certainly say whatever I want. Now, obviously, if I'm sitting here and completely shitting on like a guild, it's very likely they won't ask me to cast for them again. But I would also not do that. If I'm constructed about it, I don't think there would be any guild that thinks that is a problem, because like shit talking a guild in in a malicious way is one thing, but being constructive about something is another thing. Like, I think I could, I mean, before the race war first started, I talked about the ban of Echo, and I said that it was a deserved ban, and I'm still here casting for them. So, so yeah, like, I think it just depends on the tone, how you're saying it, and if whatever you're saying is constructive or not. And the thing where I said that Fired Up in my opinion, should be banned after the boss went down. Like that's just a suggestion that makes sense, right? I don't think I'm being like completely unreasonable or completely malicious or something, you know? Usually pointing fingers like a 7-year-old is the weirdest part. No, it's not weird at all. He stopped using it because he said it.
Yeah.
It's not weird at all. People are calling out Gingy, but Fired Up stopped using the bug because he was called out. So what he was trying to achieve was to give it public attention so he would stop using it. Because clearly Blizzard didn't ban him for it, right? Now imagine Gingy wouldn't have said anything and they would have killed the boss with it. With the bug. You could even argue, okay, this is incredibly far-fetched. But you could argue that Gingy saved Fired Up from, or saved the whole guild from like a more severe ban, because like imagine they actually would have killed the boss with this bug. Then I do think if that did happen, then first of all, the race would have been a little ruined, and that would have sucked for everyone, like for us as viewers too. But it also would have been, like Blizzard at that point has to ban, right? Like, if a guild kills a super tight DPS check boss with an exploit, after the post that Cerberix made, they have to ban them down, right? So I think the fact that it was called out before they got any advantage is a good thing. Because it would have been much more catastrophic if he ended up killing the boss with it. Do we know that they didn't ask? Like, couldn't they have said, hey, we found this and are going to use it until you tell us otherwise? That's not how this works. Like, what do you mean? Like, they can't just say, we're going to use this until you tell us otherwise. Like, I mean, you can't just say that. I mean, they can say it, but that doesn't change anything, right? Blizzard can still ban them for using it even if they said they will use it. Like, just because I call the store manager and I say, hey, I'm going to go and come rob you until the police tells me otherwise, if I then step into the thing and do it, doesn't mean I can't get punished for it, right? You know what I mean? Like, the act of saying that you're going to use it doesn't change anything in the equation. But I very highly doubt that they said anything.
Yeah, you don't do that and then hide it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not gonna like say that you're gonna use it and then hide the fact that you're using it. Because clearly Fired Up did try to hide that he was using it.
Yeah.
I just don't understand why they wouldn't have tried to hide it, but they did try to hide it. Why stream his POV? Well, because they always stream their POV. It would be a lot more suspicious if he stopped streaming.
Echo goes dark several times.
Huh?
Echo's gone dark several times.
Yeah, but like
That's
one
good.
player, you know? And yeah, they obviously didn't hide the debuff. Which I don't know why they did that, but they didn't hide the debuff. But they hit all of the other things, right? One thing you can argue, and I have had this thought process as well. Because what people are saying, oh, he tried to hide the fact that he's casting on focus by moving his focus frame onto his target frame. And you can make an argument where you say, well, he was not trying to hide the fact that it's his focus. He just wants his UI to make sense. Where it's like, oh, this is where I have my target, but to use this bug, I can't have it be there, so I'm moving my focus down, you know? You can argue that he did this to just for his own sake rather than hiding it, right? But he did other things where it's pretty clear that he tried to hide it. Like he mouse over the boss like super shortly to quickly put focus on it with a macro, you know, for example. Like he like before they start the fight, he like quickly like moved his mouse over and focused it and moved it away again, you know, stuff like that. Which, to be fair, you can also argue that he just did it fast and it wasn't sneaky. He just like kind of like did it quickly, you know. You could also say that. And there's a lot of arguments you can make where you're saying, okay, he didn't try to hide it, but he was like gone for 10 minutes and came back with this. Like, but also, I mean, I personally don't like this whole hiding thing. Like the fact that he was trying to hide it or not, I think is an irrelevant argument. I personally don't think it matters. Because you can always say that he just tried to hide it from Echo, right? Which would be totally fair. So I personally think the whole argument of him trying to hide it or not to hide it, I think that doesn't matter. Why does it matter? The fact that he had the intention, like he intentionally used a bug that he knows is a bug, that's all that actually matters, right? I think the whole talking point of him trying to hide it or not to hide it, I think that's not really relevant, is it? Why does it matter?
Do we won? No, we're going to time it. Yeah, but there's not much.
The hiding argument is a red herring, yeah. I think it's irrelevant.
Now we'll do this DML, relax for a little bit before my shift.
I mean, we know it's intended, no matter if he's hiding it or not.
Yeah.
It's clear intention.
I don't think there's much.
We don't need to know if he was trying to hide it or not to know that. So therefore, I think there's just no point to really talk about it because whatever.
It was apple slices with peanut butter on top. If you guys were wondering what the snack was. I don't know. Whatever you want.
You think he has cleared it if he would use it with Max or not? You see, that's like another thing that I think doesn't matter. Like, I think if there's going to be a punishment from Blizzard, it should only ever be the person that used the bug. Like, I don't think anyone else in Liquid should be punished for this, obviously, even if they knew about it. Because so what? This is, again, not an official tournament by Blizzard. This is a community-based tournament. So the people that use the bugs should be the ones that get punished, not other people. Just, like, the fact that they knew or not know doesn't matter. And if Max knew or not, probably he know. Like, it's very likely that he knew. I doubt that this just came out of nowhere and he just did it for himself. But I mean, it is of course possible. Gingy's a whiny baby. Stop calling out Gingy. Like, this bothers me, guys. I agree, Gingy sometimes tweets stuff that, in my opinion, is kind of cringe. Where I'm like, nah, come on, he didn't have to do this. But this tweet is nothing about being whiny or whatever. He rightfully called out a Liquid player using an exploit on a mythic boss. Like, what does that have to do with being whiny? Like, he literally just said, hey guys, can you stop exploiting? And then they stopped exploiting after he called them out. It has nothing to do with being a crybaby. He literally was like, hey guys, can you like not do that, please? What do you mean Jinji is mad? Of course he's mad if the other guild uses a bug that gives them a 4% damage increase. Of fucking course. He ran to Mama Bliss and told, yes! Of course he did. Are you guys like you're sometimes making me angry, yeah? Like what? Like, what are you saying? He should have just like been okay with it. It's like, oh, I mean, I guess they're just gonna like kill the boss with an exploit. So that's fine. You know, I should just not say anything about it, like, because then they're gonna call me a snitch and like crybaby. It's like, we should probably just like not say anything. Like, this is fine. Like, come on. That's like saying I just witnessed a hit and run, but I don't want to call the police because I don't want to be a whiny baby. I mean, okay, obviously it's not that severe, right? And comparing it to like a real life crime is a little bit extreme, but yeah, the gist of it is kind of the same. Of course, you're gonna be calling stuff like this out when they get a clear, like heavy advantage. It would be a different story if it's like a smaller bug that is like barely matters or anything, right? But this has huge impact, like huge impact on the race, this bug abuse. This is not just like I think some people just don't understand the difference between certain bug abuses, right? Like the whole renown thing, barely an impact, right? That one was like, yeah, whatever, you know? Like calling that one out and like pointing fingers there is like one thing. I personally still think you're very right to point fingers at the renown bug abuse because, again, we want Blizzard to ban these things. I personally want Blizzard to ban all of these things so people can stop using them without feeling bad about not using them, right? I personally think they should all be punished for these bugs. So I think they should also be calling them out. Like, they should call each other out, right? But the renown thing was, like, one thing, like, with barely an impact. And this exploit, the mage exploit, that one has a huge impact on the actual, like, mythic race. Like, Liquid would have killed the boss on their lowest try. They would have killed it. Probably. If all of their mages would have used that bug on that kill, they would have killed the boss. And the race would have a completely, like, it would be completely different then, right? So to say that he shouldn't be calling it out is just, like, then you're not being objective or constructive. Like, then you're being very biased if you think that it was not okay to call it out. No, it did have zero impact, of course. I'm saying that it would have had a lot of impact if he would have continued to use it, because they would have ended up killing the boss, right? So it has nothing to do with being melodramatic. I'm just saying that the fact that he called it out made him stop using it, which then resulted in it having no impact, right? But to say that Gingy is somehow in the wrong here is, like, I'm just explaining why he's not in the wrong. Thanks for 13 months, Nachi. What's up? How are you doing? What is your opinion on Sneak.lua versus what Fired Up did yesterday, apples to oranges? I personally think that the problem with the Sneak.lua thing is that it cannot be punished retroactively. So I don't think that it necessarily, like, I don't think it's worth to discuss it. Because what are you supposed to do about it now? Should they have been punished back then? And should we have had this discussion in the past? Yes. But what does it matter now? Because you can't just say, oh, you did this like a year ago, so we're going to ban you now for what you did a year ago. Like, you can't do that, right? So this is not like a competition on who used more bugs when, because they both did. Both guilds abused bugs and did things that were against the rules constantly. You can make a point card if you want. It's like, well, this guild used this bug and that bug and that bug and that bug and blah, blah, blah. And this other guild did this and that, blah, blah. Like, you can count forever. Like, both of these guilds have used many bugs, many in the past. The sneak lure is just one thing of many. So, starting to compare what they did in the past against each other is just like a useless kind of discussion, in my opinion, to have. Because what matters is what Blizzard does now and what they do moving on into the future. Not whatever happened in the past, because you can't punish it retroactively, so. Using that logic, you'd have to say it doesn't matter that FireUp used it to kill. Why? Now I'm confused. It doesn't matter now what... whoa, okay, no. Okay, now you're arguing that whatever happened in the past doesn't matter anymore, as if things that happened 5 seconds ago are the same that happened a year ago. Like, come on now. Like, come on, we have to think logically here. I'm assuming that you guys can logically think about this and not just take my words as like black and white. Like, apply your own logic when you think about this, though. It's not that whatever is in the past, because then literally everything is in the past except the future. So we can only punish things that happen in the future, guys. Now, obviously, whatever FireUp did now can be punished. Because it happened literally yesterday. Like, the sneak lure thing happened a year ago. There is a difference. But the main difference is, like, to say that whatever happened in the past is completely irrelevant, I also don't want to say that's true. Like, of course, whatever things happen in the past do matter, but not, like, it matters for, like, your personal opinion. It matters for, like, the way you view the guilds. It matters for your opinion, but it doesn't matter for what should happen now, for like what Blizzard should do now. That's what I'm saying. Right? Because Blizzard can not or should not ban a guild for something they did a year ago. And I think we can all agree that this is true, right? I think we can all say that something that happened during the last race should not be punished during this race, right? I think we can all agree on that. That would be silly, because then both of the guilds would be banned, like, right? So I do think whatever happened during the last race should not be punished this race. So the only thing they can punish from here on out is things that happen during the current race, right? And so taking these old examples does not matter for the current argument. You can say it is unfair, which you might or might not be right with, right? You can say it's unfair to ban Liquid now when they have not banned Echo before, and you might be right. But at some point, they will have to start banning, because otherwise you can always come up with this argument that it's unfair. No, this is not hypocritical. Because otherwise you can always bring up this argument where, oh, they haven't been banned for this in the past, so we should just never ban it. I'm going to give you the example of account sharing. Account sharing was a very common thing that they did in the Race to First, myself included. I account shared many times. I played other people's characters. I had other people play my characters. I account shared many, many times. They were Race to First boss kills, where we got world first, where there were like 3 of my druids in the kill, which clearly is against the rules, and I knew that. I knowingly did things that was against the rules. And I got a world first with it, many times. Afterwards, they started banning guilds and people for account sharing. Right? They started banning people for account sharing at some point, and then we stopped doing it. Like as soon as Blizzard started banning people for account sharing, we all kind of collectively stopped account sharing, right? And should we have gotten banned for account sharing before? Yes. But does that mean that they should have never banned account sharing just because they didn't do it in the past? No, right? Because account sharing is against the rules. So obviously, they should have banned it eventually, right? Otherwise, you would always argue, well, if they didn't ban it in the past, they also shouldn't be banning it now. Like, obviously, it's on Blizzard. Like, the problem here, the whole problem that we have is that Blizzard has been incredibly inconsistent with their bans, right? And that is just a fact. And there have been things in the past that have been abused by guilds that Blizzard did not punish, even though they should have. But I don't think that should lead to the argument where you're saying, well, they did not get punished for this in the past, so they should also not be punished now. Because then when do you start punishing them then? Never? Do you just say, oh, you can just bug abuse now? Like, at some point you will have to start banning them, right? And yeah, it sucked that they didn't start immediately. But that is just how it is now, right? We have to live in the present. And these old things where people did not get punished for bug abusing, those unfortunately are things that were like they were, right? Should people have been punished in the past? Yes, but can't turn back time, right? That's such a bad example. I broke the law, but then I noticed people were getting arrested, so now I won't do it, even though I knew it was wrong. No, like you were bringing a good example, yeah. Like a rule that is not being enforced is not a rule, which you can apply to real life rules as well. It's not a bad example. It's a good example. The one that you're making. In fact, it's a really good analogy. Like imagine in your country there's a law that's I don't know. Let me try to find something. I'm trying to find something that isn't super extreme, because obviously we're still comparing the law to a game. But let's just say that there's a job. Oh, downloading music, that's actually a very good point, yeah. Let's say you're illegally downloading music or illegally downloading games or illegally downloading like movies or whatever. You know it's against the law, but you've never heard of anyone getting punished for doing that. So you're just going to do it, right? Because you're like, well, very unlikely I'm going to be punished for this, so I'm going to do it. If you then start hearing that people get actually punished for downloading, pirating like music, videos, whatever, then you're probably going to stop doing it, right?
The hollow leaf over here.
Does that make what you did not wrong? No. Like, it was still wrong for you to download
Wolf and rain.
the music, the movies, whatever. It was still against the law, of course. But should that mean that the people that got punished now should not have been punished? No, right? Like, obviously, again, the law existed this whole time. It was just never enforced. And then they started enforcing it. Should they enforce this retroactively? Should they go back years and years and years and see what people like downloaded in the past and punish those people too? They could, but probably won't. They probably are just going to start punishing it from now on and hoping that people will just generally do it less because they now enforce it, right? Half the world will be in jail, yeah. So yeah, I feel like that is a good example. And that's kind of what my position is on these kind of things. I do think these kind of bug exploits should be punished by Blizzard. And I think whatever happened in the past should not necessarily be part of the decision making. Because just because you didn't enforce a rule in the past doesn't mean that the rule doesn't matter or that it should never be punished, you know? Thank you so much for this, Faxco. Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Hollow, and then non-circle, non-circle, non-circle.
So if they change the law so that if you steal under $250, you won't be charged, is it okay even though people are still stealing? That makes no sense. No one is arguing that it's okay to bug abuse. That has never been the argument. We're not arguing if this is morally correct or not. It has nothing to do with that. So I don't know what you're even trying to say. Hey, Evelina, what's up? Really, Dr. Satan? I didn't know that. That's crazy. Let's be real, a random player not in a top guild does that. And it's for a few pulls, nothing will happen to them. Yes, obviously not, yeah. Like a normal player would never be punished for this. Because also, like, they would not know. Like, why the hell? Like, Blizzard wouldn't even know that they used it. So, no, they wouldn't be punished. But also don't think that necessarily... Like, I think there's a lot of people that are comparing the racial first to, like, normal players. And I don't think you really should. Like, I personally think that it's okay that the Race the World first players get punished differently than a normal raider. I know this is like a hot opinion to have. I think this might be like but let me explain. So I think that, like, this is a game. This is not like the law, right? This is not like real life. But even in real life, sometimes punishments are different, right? Like, for example, in Finland, I think it's Finland, if you go over the speed limit and you get caught, you're paying, the fine is dependent on your income, a percentage of your income. So a person that is richer will pay more than a person that doesn't have as much money. I personally think that's very smart. And it kind of does make a lot of sense. Because for a really rich person, going over the speed limit and having to pay $50 is going to be nothing, right? while a person that is just scraping by, for them is going to be a lot, right? So I think changing punishment according to what kind of, like if they're a raceable first player or a normal player, does sometimes make sense, because the punishment has different kinds of impacts and has different severity. So I don't think it's completely wrong of Blizzard to punish them differently. Because again, I brought up this argument earlier where the raceable first lasts around 10 days, right? So to ban a raceable first player during the race, even if it's just 1 day, is hugely impactful, right? Hugely. While for a normal player, 1 day ban is nothing. Like, a normal player couldn't care less about a 1 day ban, right? Now, the raceable first player, though, would not give a shit about a longer ban outside of progression, though. Like, if you ban Fired Up for a month after the raceable first is over, he probably doesn't care that much about it. But a normal player does care about a 1 month ban, right? So I do think that letting the fact that they're a raceable first player like influence the punishment, I think that is okay. Like, I don't think Blizzard has to treat every player the exact same way. Because, I mean, they're the ones that make the rules, and they can come up with their punishments. And I think that's okay, that they punish like a raceable first player differently. I think so. I think Blizzard should ban the snitches. There's levels to it, though, using a bug with some talents, but that make one player do a bit more damage. Okay, you're underplaying the impact of this bug. Now, again, they didn't actually gain an advantage because they didn't kill the boss, but they would have had a big advantage if they killed the boss, okay? Just saying. But yeah, anyway. It's not the same as the whole guild using an add-on to do something unintended. Yes. Again, you're making this whole comparison again about this bug versus the sneak.lua thing. And again,
No, not really.
I'm going to have to tell you that you cannot compare those two bugs or those two bug abuses because they did not happen in the same, they did not both happen now. I also think the sneak.lua thing was bad and they should have been banned in the past. I agree with you. But you can't do it retroactively.
Does it matter to you or to them that none of the players knew about sneak.lua? They were still pushing the macro.
It doesn't matter. You can't prove that either.
Well, no, say that it's true. Just assume that it's true. And it is. They were never told about it.
I still think like you shouldn't even, I don't think you should even argue about this stuff at all. Because otherwise you're gonna, like, how far back are you gonna go?
I agree with that.
Right? I think this whole
But
sneak.lua thing is so irrelevant.
I do agree with that, but no one in your chat does, right?
Yeah.
They want to go back and say, okay, but you did this, and then you did that, and then you did it on. If you're saying that only I'm Fired Up should get punished and not everyone else that knew about it, then doesn't that also mean none of the raiders should get banned? Because
I see, yeah.
Sneak.lua knew about it, literally no one else. Like rats, ban Scrape.
Okay, so Jesse's saying that basically with the whole sneak.lua thing, so apparently, I didn't know about this either. They told me this here, that apparently the players were not actually aware of this happening.
Okay.
So apparently the sneak.lua thing, basically, in case some people don't know what happened, was whenever you have these private aura things where you can make a weak aura about it, what happens is you use a private aura and you have to press a macro for the private aura to like figure out who has the debuffs and who has what, and then it will assign you. And the sneak.lua thing did that without them having to press the macro. which is the whole argument, right? Which is not intended to work this way, and it's obviously like something that is, could have been punished. Now the players are saying, I don't know if this is true or not, but they're saying that the players were not actually aware that this happened, and they were still pressing the macros. So apparently the players were pressing the macros, not knowing that it still works without them pressing it. And then the way the raiders at some point did realize, apparently, that this is happening, because some raider, I don't know who, forgot to press the macro like multiple times in a row, and it still worked. So he kept not pressing it. And then at some point he was apparently on voice chat, he said, hey guys, I haven't pressed this macros for like 15 tries and still working. Like, what the fuck? And then apparently they have, I don't know if they have been told at that point or whatever happened. But apparently at the start, when they were testing it out, or when it like happened initially, that they just didn't know. Like, it was kind of like, obviously some people knew, like Scribe knew or whatever, but like not every single raider was aware that's happening, which could be true, could not be true, who knows. This is also like, again, like an irrelevant argument to make, because I don't think you can actually prove that the players didn't know. And I personally am also not 100% believing this either. Like, I wouldn't like swear to it when someone says I didn't know. Like, because I mean, how do you prove that they didn't know? Is it possible they didn't know? Yeah. But it's also very likely that they did know. So. But again, I think the whole Sneak Lua thing is just not relevant. At least not for Blizzard's decision on if they should be banning Fired Up or not. I do think it's relevant generally for this whole moral high ground discussion, but I personally think that this whole moral high ground discussion is stupid anyway. Like, what kind of moral high ground? Like, come on now. Like, I personally think it's super stupid to discuss that at all. Like, some people think, I'm not, like, they didn't use this bug, so they're, like, ethical. It's like, no, they're fucking not. Like, they just didn't know. This whole ethical gamers or whatever, no, like, shut up. Like, come on now. Like, both of these guilds would use every single fucking bug they find if they knew they would not be punished or if it would stay unknown. Like, you could literally give them, like, the most severe bug abuse. If you can guarantee to them that no one will figure it out, they'll do it. Both of them. Like, and to argue otherwise is naive as fuck, yeah? Like, of course they will. Like, come on now.
Thank you for the keys, everyone.
The only reason why they don't abuse some bugs is because they think they're gonna get caught. Not because they have some ethical, like, high ground or morally better or whatever. Like, come on. Like. Blizzard shouldn't punish players for something the game allows them to do. Nope, you're wrong. You're wrong on this. They should be punishing people for abusing things that are not intended, because the problem here is you cannot create a game bug-free. It's not actually possible. They could literally hire 100,000 more people that all they do is like fix bugs and look for bugs and try to find bugs, and there would still be bugs then. Like, it's just not, it's in fact impossible to release patches or an expansion completely bug-free. It does not, like, that's just not how it works. So the only way to have people not gain an advantage through bugs is by telling them that they should not use them and punish them for using them. So to just say, oh, well, if it's a bug, then they shouldn't be punished, like that just makes no sense.
Okay. Yeah, why is it not showing? Look at that, my quests aren't tracking. There we go. Okay.
And this logic, anyone playing arcane spell queuing should be banned. No, this is not a black and white thing that I'm saying. I'm saying that people should be banned for abusing bugs. Obviously, I'm not saying that everything should be banned. I'm saying that some of it should be banned. Because this person is arguing that nothing should be banned. This person is arguing that no bug abuse should be banned. And that's obviously not how the game should work, right? No more weekend Naguura streams, going to be visiting all the raiders in jail. I think the part of the enforcement that I'm finding really troubling is how should Sneak.lua have been punished. They weren't caught, so it's just a don't get caught but exploit is hard to see one angle. See, that is something that I have not thought about yet, but it is a good... I do think it's interesting to talk about.
Yeah, I can give you the social file.
Because, so what do you do with a bug exploit that you realized happened, but afterwards? I think it certainly does depend like how much later it is, right? But like, let's say for example, let's say a week after the race war versus has been concluded, Blizzard figures out, or somebody figures out, that the winning guild has used an exploit. And what do you do?
You do the profile.
At that point, there's really not much that Blizzard can do retroactively that would really like punish them enough, right? Like, yeah, you can ban them all, but I mean, at that point they've already killed the boss. I do think banning them all is probably like the correct thing to do in a sense that, because then it would also gain attention, and I guess the community as a whole could say, you know what, Blizzard officially like punished them for using this swing, and some people could argue, well, then maybe the second guild is the real winner of that race. But obviously the race is not an official race. There's no real winners. Like, it's just a community-based thing. So in hindsight, if Blizzard bans them for something, then you can just say, yeah, okay, well, as a community, we could be like, well, since they did officially get punished for using this bug, we can't turn back time, but we as a community can just all say that the other guild won. It's a bit like, eh. The other argument would be, well, ban them for next race, but I don't think that makes sense from Blizzard's point of view.
Nexus Princess pulls.
Yeah, banning them for life doesn't matter, they just make another account.
We've got some good consistency still. Another
You can ban
pull.
their Battle.net, but that would be like you just want the whole guild to be gone, because then you kill the race wall first, yeah. And I think that's another thing. That's another. This is like such an interesting argument, and I think a lot of people are not thinking about this. Like, I think a lot of you like watching the race wall first. Because otherwise you wouldn't be so invested in this, yeah? I myself love watching the race so first. DNA bet. And a lot of people are not thinking about the consequences that some of these bans that you guys are suggesting would have on the race. Like, you do understand that if you ban a guild so severely that they would not be able to participate in a race properly, that the race would be a lot more boring, if not so boring that it's not even worth watching. And that would suck as a viewer. like, do I want these guilds to be punished for exploiting? And do I want them to stop feeling like they have to exploit in the future? Yes. Like, I want it to be normal to not use bugs and exploits. I want that to be true. But do I want the race level first to be super one-sided or to not exist at all? No. Shit, what is Siege again? Was that BFA? Why don't I have BFA? Why don't I have it? Huh? I don't have it. Why not? I'm confused. I should have this. I don't understand.
But I don't know how
Do I have to fly there now?
For myself. So what I did
How do I get to Siege?
was just have Shadow View frames for no other purpose than to hide the default health bar. There's also a script you can use, but that's what I ended up doing. It was easier.
So yeah, I do personally, I do think that some people are like suggesting super severe bans and then they don't necessarily realize how it's affecting their own enjoyment of the race as well. Like, if you're being a bit selfish, then you should consider that. I do, at least. Can you just use the freehold one? Ooh, good point. But enjoyment for them is to get banned. Some people want to see the world burn. That is also true. I do think some people definitely are a little bit malicious in their requests, where they're just happy about other people getting banned or being like unhappy, which honestly is a little bit fucked up, yeah.
So Robin out, Mirror is in, which means Canex comes in, and Swag goes out.
Like, come on now.
Did Druid do more than a Windwalker? Or is it just that Mirrors is going to have to die?
I want them all arrested.
I think Swag is going to do more damage than Canex did.
Someone in this cave is mining azurite from the world's open wounds. Put a stop to it.
Hey, Anders. I know, right? A rare Naguura stream on a Sunday. Unbelievable. And we're talking about drama and exploits. Incredible. Just so much content all over the place.
Gingy Pumper said not ready and they pulled it away.
Hero,
Rude.
your timing couldn't be better.
Dude, where's the entrance of this dungeon?
Yeah, playing Moonkin. Totem goes down.
Where's the entrance? Under the arc by the dock. This is so hidden. Ah,
Your timing couldn't be better.
Jesus.
Torque is fading fast.
Come to Shredders. Does he live or die? He dies. Young totems.
Oh my god, I'm finally ready.
He dies again. He gets battle red.
I'm gonna be
Goes
generous.
melee.
Give you a feast. Oh, there was one. Double feast. This is gonna be. This could be delicious. We're gonna have so much food. I had good food for lunch, guys. Oh, I love Julia. She's the best cook ever. Oh, it's so good. I'm gonna show you the lunch. I forgot to take a picture of the dessert though. We had nachos today. We had loaded nachos with guacamole and beef, minced beef, and cucumber and a little bit of a salad. And it was delicious. Very good.
I'm just watching the main channel. How's energy
And then we had
My energy is
a
fine. I don't know how their energy
berry crumble
Terry, let's see
pie, berry crumble cake as dessert. Very good, very good. Kenix is back in a raid? Really? Oh, so they're not solo tanking on Druid anymore? They have the Brewmaster now? Why? Interesting.
My energy is good. I'm getting enough sleep, mostly. Nice rotation between like early and later shifts, so I can see things some days. Like yesterday I had a morning shift, today I have an evening shift. So I slept in
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Heroes, we'll secure the docks while you push
through
further. With any luck, we'll drive
the
this
upcoming
scum
quarters
to the city
without a
before
raid.
high tide.
Nope, next week's taunted. Rip in.
Oh shit, that died too fast.
Holy fucking shit, what the fuck was that?
I was just nature locked during my convoke.
Blur and get lucky?
Excuse you? That is just not okay. You should ban this guy. Fucking ban him.
That was fucking nuts.
To fucking jail, Mr. Enforcer.
Nice means
Yeah, exploited.
shredders. I need to see what happens. And if it's replicable.
Your ascension is complete.
Damage taken
Only.
from
Ow.
void shredders.
These are social media random things, I guess.
Debuffs. Cousin Gash. Nice means. Weird.
Wait, sad that people are taking the easy way out and not discussing the topic of cheating and exploiting and a special privilege from World First Raiders more. I talked about this earlier. I did speak about exactly that earlier. And I do think this whole like special privilege thing. Fuck!
He didn't take
How much damage? What the fuck?
252.
So, I do think it's true that Racial First Raiders do have like a quote-unquote special privilege compared to a normal raider. Thank you so much for 17 months, little angel. Thank you very much. I think that is actually true.
No.
But I think it's...
Your survival.
Holy f... Are you kidding me? I keep getting like comboed. comboed by the fucking guy, like, backstabbing me while the enforcer's casting the Shatter Scream. Huh. Dude, I'm getting outplayed so fucking hard. It's crazy. But yeah, I do think like this whole like special privilege thing.
And then he keeps the debuff.
Like I guess what you're arguing is that a raceful first player gets punished less than what a normal player would. And I hear this argument a lot, and it is partially true, but partially it's also the opposite. Partially a raceful first player gets punished more than a normal player as well. Like it goes both ways. And I think the fact that it is true that a raceful first player gets punished differently, I think that is personally okay. I said this earlier and I'm gonna repeat myself. I think it is okay that a raceful first player gets punished differently than a normal raider because they also get impacted differently by certain punishments. So let me explain. If a raceful first player, what the fuck? If a raceful first player gets banned for a month outside of the race, it doesn't really matter that much to them. Thanks for 2 subs, Captive, appreciate that. Like, let's say you ban Gingy for 2 months or for a month outside of the race. Yeah. Doesn't really matter. Like, yeah, he can't play like some of his characters for a while. Maybe he has enough time to just make another account, level other characters, play other characters. Like, it doesn't really impact him that much. A normal player, though, like let's say you take me. I wouldn't. Okay, I'm not a normal player. Let's take some completely random player. If a completely random player gets banned for a month, that would be a big punishment for them, no matter when you do it. Right? So I think the fact that it impacts the raiders completely differently, or the players, does matter. Personally, I think it matters. Because whenever people are saying, oh, well, this player should have been banned for more than just like 4 days or whatever, then I would argue maybe not, because the 4 days impact them a lot more than another player that is not part of the race of first being banned for 4 days. So, like, I think the impact on the type of player that you're punishing does matter.
Your ascension is complete.
Figure out what's going on. I'm feeling difficult.
And if you don't mean that, then you're gonna have to give me an example, because I mean, at least that's, I assume, what you are referring to. Because if you think there's some other advantage that the racial first players have that is unfair, that I haven't mentioned now with the ban duration or whatever, then you need to let me know, because then I don't know what you mean. I don't think the impact should be considered. Okay, well, that's your opinion, I guess. I personally think, like, I think the impact of a punishment being considered matters, like, makes a lot of sense. And some people, like, this even is true for the law, like in real life. Like, judges consider the impact of a punishment depending on the person, yeah, because it makes sense. If you disagree, or if you personally think that it shouldn't, then
I like your time. I do like the idea of 18 months.
then that's your opinion, right?
But maybe that would be some lessons. And maybe pull down 4 lessons. I don't know if they can do it. It's cute. You already suggested it, because I suggested one thing for yesterday, and Alex and he should have gone to strike. He said to me this morning, it was like,
Wow.
I had no idea about hunks, but I just suggested it. I mean, it is. Yeah. Can you not just survive it? They see one of my fault. Good work. And it gets rid of the... Perfect play is
And we have a lot of ads up shooting stuff.
Your ascension
Am I the only one that can? Okay.
I think that, I don't know for sure, but maybe the trick of it is that maybe Mirrors is trying to work out a way to live through without dying. That would be a good reason to swap. If you can do that. If you can't, then I don't know why they didn't.
Heroes, my scouts report heavy fighting near the palace. Please, ensure Lady Proudmoore safely. I'll remove the rest of this filth from the docks.
If one wants to punish race of first players differently, it has to be harder. Yeah, but harder in context, like in comparison, right?
If they do that with my team, then I'm gonna talk about that.
your
If Mirrors
ascension
lives in the second hit, then I'm gonna talk about that. Otherwise, I'll say, fuck getting it. It's a very hard ball.
Because yeah, I understand what you're saying that if a race or first team exploits and they don't get punished, then it gives like a bad vibe. Like it shows it's a bad example to like the rest of the community. If people see, oh well, they don't get punished, well then I'm gonna do this or whatever, right? But yeah, like they should be punished harder, like always within context. Because again, like let's just for an example, say they would ban Fired Up now for 2 weeks. That ban would be the biggest ban he could get for him in that situation, right? Like there's nothing else they could do that would be more severe than that. Because then he's out of the race 12 A permanent ban wouldn't do anything different.
your ascension
Unless they ban him permanently, like on his battle.net, rather. Because if he gets a permanent account ban, well, he just plays a different account after the race, right? Yeah, so the only thing they can do, like a 2-week ban for Fight Up would be insanely severe, right? While again, a 2-week ban for a normal person wouldn't be that big of a deal, right? But I personally definitely don't think he should be banned for 2 weeks. Like, if that's your opinion, that's fine. I personally don't think that's he should be banned for 2 weeks. That would be very severe for something that had no impact.
4 hours later, we get 3.5.
Again, intent was there. He intentionally.
No, we'll get 10.5%, and then they'll nerf it on reset, and then we'll clear it.
Use a vein that was not intended by the game. But they did not gain an advantage from doing it. So,
Yep, agreed. I like the boss help.
can they ban him? Yeah.
your ascension
Nerf the damage
But should it be like a super severe bug? In my opinion, no. A super severe ban, not bug. But yeah, everyone can have their own opinion, obviously. I just personally don't think he should be banned for a long time. I personally would be understanding if they ban him for... If they ban him. Or if they generally just punish him. I personally would think that would be okay. Like, I wouldn't be outraged if that was true. Reverse the process. There's no process. They didn't gain anything. There's no process to be reverted. Oh, my bad.
Your survival wasn't
No!
Our forces have lost control of the docks.
Fuck. I actually had no clue this guy has stealth detection. Oh my god. I didn't see it.
Laden with Azurite caches. Slaughter the crew and I'll haul its cargo out of the city.
Thank you so much, Lucky Roll. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm casting today at 7 in like 3 hours. They should take away his mounts for a week. Sick heal. Yeah.
Wait, he just lived the second hit. How did he do that?
All of this buff should be communicated. Well, I do also want to like. Like, I do want to like play devil's advocate a little bit in favor of Blizzard. Where, like, basically a lot of people think this is easier than it is. Like, there actually is quite some stuff for Blizzard to consider. It's not that simple to just say, oh, just ban them, or just do this, or just do that, or just communicate more. Like, the problem is that obviously whatever Blizzard does here and whatever they communicate is gonna like a lot of people are gonna know. Like, whatever they say to the players is basically what they say publicly. Like, everything they type in this Discord to the players is as if they would, like, make a blue post about it, right? Because the players are not, like, keeping stuff a secret that they read there. And they also don't have to, right? And they can't force them to do that. So whatever they say in this, whatever they communicate to the players is the same as making, like, a blue post or a public statement, which is nowadays more complicated than what it seems, right? Like, yeah, they have to be really political about some of this stuff. Because in the current day and age, we have content creators, we have social media, like stuff like this, opinions especially, like, spread really quickly, and it can impact people's opinions of the game itself and of Blizzard as a company, right? And that matters for them a lot, like, because it impacts the whole game, not just the race itself. A lot of people can get, like, a negative opinion about the game because of what their decision was for this ban, and that actually affects the whole company, like the whole game, right? So it's not that simple to just say, oh, just do this, just communicate that. Like, it is a little bit more complicated than this, I guess. The truth is never complicated, but what do you mean the truth?
Ashvane's forces
There's no such thing as
break through our southern
the truth.
Stop them, and we may have a chance.
Like the truth is that
I'll rally the militia and secure.
like we all know what the truth is.
Heroes.
The problem is not the truth.
Forces are
The
attacking
problem is
through our southern wall. Stop them, and we
what
may
you
have
do
a
with the
chance of
truth.
driving them from Boralis. I'll rally the militia and secure the castle. Good hunting.
Just because something is true doesn't mean that what you do with this truth is a clear cut like situation, yeah. I mean, and you can clearly see that it's not that clear cut because we've been talking about this for like 2 hours and no one's agreeing. Like, we are all not agreeing with each other, right? Everyone has different opinions about this. Even within here, like the casters in the racial first here, we have different opinions. Like, I personally have a different opinion to Jeeth, for example, to Jesse. I have different opinions to the other casters. Decorators have different opinions. Like, it's clearly not just like a clear-cut situation. Everyone kind of thinks differently and what the punishment should be. And we don't have like a rule book. Like, this is obviously a game and not the law. So we don't have like a rule book that we can follow for like each situation, yeah? Like, obviously it's a bug exploit and it's like using something that is working in a way that isn't intended, right? Like, we know that. We know that this is against the rules, but we don't have a book that says, okay, if you do exactly that, then this is the punishment, right? The way stuff like this works is that Blizzard makes a decision on a case-by-case basis, right? Ah!
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer. Your ascension is complete.
And, yeah. Hey, Lindar, thank you so much for 73 months. What's up? Man, I have to sit down a little bit. My legs hurt from standing. I'm old. I can't stand for 3 hours anymore. Oh, wow. I don't know, do we think Siege is going to be tuned down as a dungeon? I don't know, this is the first time I do Siege, and there's some stuff that seems a little bit like much. Like, I think the Enforcer cast in combination with the guys that like jump you seems a bit crazy, but I'm not sure if you can interrupt the jump. Like, I haven't really figured out how this jump works. If it's interruptible, or if you can stop it, then I guess it's fine. Or what do you think is too bad about this dungeon? Or what do you think is too difficult here?
Is complete.
I miss my walking path so much, actually, yeah. Man, I really do miss it. I don't know, like, it actually made me feel so good sometimes. Like, that I was able to walk when I didn't have time to do anything else during that day, you know? Like, if I had a really busy day where I felt like all I did was get out of bed, move to the office, and then, like, be on a PC all day, just sitting down all day. Whenever I have those days, the walking path makes me feel so much better, because then I've done things all day, like worked. And then I also was, like, being somewhat active and, like, got my steps in, which is really nice.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Fucking Celotath calling me out. We can do it, guys. We can do it. Holy fuck.
Your ascension is complete.
I like how Petco just gets one shot by hit and cast. Oh, they're snapping, guys. They're snapping.
Too late.
Okay, so we're not going to talk about the ban thing anymore. We've talked about it for 2 hours. Like, I think we're done now. But if you guys want to know what happened with like the exploit or the ban, then I did record a video on stream about it where I'm explaining what happened, and I'm going to be uploading it to my YouTube channel, so you can check it out there. Eventually, it will be uploaded later today at some point, I think. We've milked this content for enough time now. It was great. Thanks, guys. Dude, I'm telling you, this series is going to turn into a drama stream. Hey, Skisman, thank you so much for 84 months. What's up? You have to upload it as soon as possible. Think of all the drama views you're missing out. We're trying to upload it as fast as possible. Benny's working on it as we speak. I mean, finally your stream evolves into final form, the Naguura drama time. Man, I spoke to Preach yesterday, and I had such a cool conversation with Preach and with Jordan and with Ali, and Lovely as well yesterday. And I did not know, am I dead? No. I did not know that, like, I knew that Preach has like people, like a team that people are working with him, but I didn't know like to what extent, and he explained it to me a bit more yesterday, which I thought was really cool. And then he also, like, he basically told me how his team is like coming up with ideas, and he has like he does these like bigger projects and whatnot, and that is like a man, that is like my dream, like, because I have so many ideas about my stream. If you guys have been watching me for a while, you know that I constantly come up with this stuff. It's like, oh, we could do this, we could do that. But I'm really just like alone. Like, obviously I do have people that are like doing stuff for me. Like, I have Benny, my editor. I have Chorus, who is modding my stream, who's doing a lot of stuff other than modding as well. Like, obviously I do have people that are like helping me with certain things, but they're like very specific things, and not necessarily people that help me with like the creative portion of the content creation. And I don't really have people that that are like full-time employed or anything, you know. And Preach really has like a team where he like, you know, like discusses like a whole project, and then they organize it together, and then they all make it happen together, you know. Like, he has people fully employed, like on like a full-time kind of salary. It is, I think it's yeah, whatever. And like, obviously that allows him to do like a bunch of like a lot of really cool stuff that is bigger, that require a lot more time to organize or whatever. Well, I can't do that. Like, whenever I have like a bigger idea on what I can do, it's very difficult for me to actually make it happen. The biggest thing that I can do is like stuff like special streams, where Johnny comes by and helps me out with a special stream. But that's like the furthest I can really go with that stuff, right? Because everything else just requires so much time for my part to organize. And I'm basically, I would have to like add that to my time outside of full-time streaming, right? Because full-time streaming means that I'm streaming 8 hours, 5 days a week, which is like a full-time job, kind of, right? And then on top of that, I would also have to take the time to organize all of these events, which, you know, obviously also takes a lot of time. So I just don't have enough time in a day, basically, to do all of that. So now that I talked to Preach a bit more and how he approaches this stuff, I am thinking about maybe doing this too. But I looked for people in the past. It's not that this is something that is like completely new to me. I definitely did try to find people in the past that could help me out, and with organizing stuff, with like creative ideas. But I just don't know like where to look for these kind of people. Like how do you find people like that? Also, the cost of it is also like another problem. Like I can't necessarily afford to pay a person like a full-time monthly salary for the things that I'm asking them to do, because it might not be a full-time job, right? And finding somebody that accepts like a part-time job in this might also not be that easy, right? Like, I don't know, like, this is a bit complicated. And I need to trust this person as well, of course, that I'm working with. Or these people that I'm working with. So I don't know, this is a bit complicated. Thank you so much for stuff giving me a ring. Thank you very much. Just poach from Preach Gaming. But Preach had a really cool idea yesterday, and I'm gonna have to tell you this. I can't like organize this by myself, but maybe I can. Preach had this idea because I talked to him about like the real life streaming and how I want to include the real life streaming into my stream more, because I like it, doing it so much, and a lot of you guys really like the real life streams as well. And then I said I want to do like more events that include the real life streaming into like my normal streams as well, like event type real life streams. And then I talked about him, like I talked to him a bunch of ideas that I had, and then he suggested that I could do something like Naguura games. So basically the same as Hunger Games, because I'm walking on stream, right? And I'm doing all of these cycling streams and the hiking streams or whatever. And he basically suggested, what if I do something called Naguura Games, where I have the goal to walk or hike or cycle, it doesn't really matter, from one place to another, like in real life, right? So let's say I start in Munich or whatever. And then my goal is to cycle to, I don't know, to Lake Garda. Oh, shit. Wait, I'm stupid. I thought the wave was on that side. Dude, maybe I shouldn't be cycling in real life if I'm that bad at orientation, yeah? Yeah. Dude, my goal is gonna be Lake Garda, and I'm gonna end up in Berlin. Oh, fuck, don't we have a battle rest? Oh, no, what a disaster. What do we need at 10? It's depleted for an hour. We have 39 deaths. Yeah, what do you mean, Ezekiel? Do you think this key is still timeable, or? Whoa! Wait! Oh, it's a double wave! Oh, now I understand. Oh, they changed this boss. I didn't know. Okay, I got it now. It's the double wave. I did play this boss during beta a long time ago, and I did see this double wave. I just had forgotten about it, okay? Okay, I forgot about it, okay? The last time I did this dungeon was in beta. I didn't do this dungeon ever since it came out. I forgot there's a double wave, okay? It's a new thing. Come on. Glad you didn't do the guide for this dungeon. Well, if I did the guide for this dungeon, I would know that there's a double wave. Hey, Morello. So not guys recommending Lunar Calling. I mean, you can play Lunar Calling. But I personally would recommend Keeper. In M+. And in a raid. Most of the time. Well, I think all of the time, actually. Can we acknowledge that I proposed something like that in a chat and I got ignored? Really, Dasher? Wait, but like what did... Oh, well, I mean, I didn't see it. Preach said grey cheese is tasteless? It's not! Can't believe it. I told him yesterday it's not tasteless. But he just doesn't believe that there's something with the macros of a protein shake that wouldn't be tasteless. Don't worry, I'll convert him soon.
Your ascension.
Yeah, I was talking about the Naguura games. Back to the Naguura games. It would be a cool idea, right? If I would... Okay, wait. I want to finish my thought, because maybe you didn't like hear the whole thing. So basically, I'm starting somewhere. Let's say Munich, whatever. And then my goal is to get to some other place. And I basically need to... Like, I basically, like, need to unlock certain things. Like, this can be, like, through many different ways. Like, either there's, like, sub-goals, or, like, I have to do certain challenges to unlock certain things. For me to get new stuff. So I can finish my Hunger Games. So, like, I start with, like, basically nothing. Like, let's say I have to start, like, I walk. It's just me with my, like, streaming setup. But I don't have, like, food, or I don't have money. I don't have anything, right? And then, like, this is obviously, like, early thought process. I haven't, like, thought about the details yet. But then at some point, like, I unlock something. And then I get, like, GPS coordinates. And then I have to go to those GPS coordinates. And then there would be something hidden that includes, like, I don't know, money for food. Or it includes, I don't know, like, soap, you know? Wait, what happened? Let's go again. Or are we just resting? Maybe we're just resting.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Dun, 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 dun. And then this would last, like, I don't know, like maybe it would be a week
5,
or so
4,
that it would last, or like maybe a bit longer.
1.
And it would just be like a full-time kind of stream kind of deal.
Your
Yeah, it would require a long time to organize this, of course. It would be a pretty big deal.
5, 4, 3,
Richie.
1.
Don't let this beast eat me.
Sounds like fun, and bits can be used to reward you for... Yeah, there could be lots of things, right? There could be certain, like, sub-goals as, like, a punishment, or as a positive thing, too, right?
1.
Just give me a second to get this cannon working.
And then I could, like, I could ask for certain sponsors for the event. Like, could be... depending on what I... Like, if I'm cycling, then it could be something related to that.
3, 2, 1.
Or it could be a certain food brand, and then all of the food that I'm getting through my GPS signals would be that food, you know?
This beast eat me.
5, 4, 3, 2.
But yeah, I think the idea behind it is very cool.
your ascension is complete.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Don't let this beast eat me.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Echo is doing well, but I do also want to say that the percentage is not necessarily indication of them being ahead or behind. Because
5, 4, 3, 2,
Your
1.
ascension.
because you can get further into the boss fights by playing like an easier strategy. But in the end, you're gonna have to play the hardest strat possible to get the most uptime.
5, 4,
Because otherwise you won't have enough damage. And Method
1.
got the lowest percentage by 2 tanking. Which is not something they can do on the kill. They switched now to 1 tanking. So the lowest percentage that Method got was with a strategy that they cannot use on the kill.
5, 4, 3.
So it looks like they're ahead to Echo, but in reality they're not actually really ahead to Echo. Because Echo has been 1 tanking for longer. Like they've been... Oh my.
5,
Fuck me.
Wish you had lasted a little longer.
2, 1.
How does this knockback work on this boss? Like, is it just like the Demolisher slams and it knocks you no matter where you are?
Don't let this beast eat me.
And it always slams you from the demolishing tentacle? From that direction?
5, 4, 3,
Okay, interesting.
1.
That's so fucking annoying. I already hated this boss before. And now they're adding a slam to it. Like, shut the fuck up. This boss has already been annoying before.
5, 4,
It's easier, it's just fucking annoying.
2, 1.
Yeah, it's better than demos change. Like the chain spawning demos was really dumb as well. Thanks for Prime, Nashil. Thank you so much. Wait. Wait, they got that low percent just now?
2, 1.
Like with the 1 tanking strat? Oh, that is sick. Oh, that is really cool. So it was the end rage, right?
Your ascension.
Nice. That is good though. That is very nice. Hey, Xavix. Thank you so much for Prime. What's up? What's up? Man, that is really sick. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Sorry, I'm just moving over because there's a big screen in this room that shows like the Echo broadcast with the percentages and stuff, so I can go over there and check the health and the tries and the pulls and the percentage. Dude, I just opened up my stream and it showed 200 viewers and I was like, what the fuck? I mean, I know I died on this boss, but hey, Richie. I don't think I need any of the salutes. Ooh, I can almost craft now. I almost have enough gilded crests. Okay, I'm gonna sit down now. My legs hurt. Do you see what specs in class are typing the damage per method? No. I mean, I'm not really watching. Like I looked at some tries from Echo, and it looked like the damage was always a little bit different. Like it always was like different kind of classes they were topping. Like sometimes the rogues were first, and sometimes Revis was first, and then there was mages that were first, and I don't know, like it always felt a bit different. Didn't seem super one-sided. My trees apply Moonfire, Chris. My force of nature applies to Moonfires. I don't have a mouse of a macro, actually. Well, for Force of Nature, yes, but not for Moonfire. Hey, still Bobcat, what's up? Thanks for 13 months. My player frame is from Shadowed Unit Frames. Convoken and Plus is played because it's a lot better on one target and on like few targets. Thank you, Oopsie. Appreciate that. My favorite mount for skywriting? I don't really... I just use my druid mount, like my flat form usually. Okay, I'm trying to get my 10s done for my vault. Are you guys doing 10s for your vault? Or are you okay with the lower track for this week? And a chance to get into one? Yeah. It's difficult to get into 10s for sure. I still need a lot of 10s for my vaults. I've done 2. I need 6 more 10s. I'm actually gonna go watch while we fill this group, or while we look for a group. I'm gonna check out an echo pool if they're pulling right now. What's the time? Okay, we have dinner in an hour or so. Actually, I'm gonna watch a method pool. That's what I'm gonna do. All right, so let's see. Okay, they play Feral Druids. I think the reason why Echo is not playing Feral, even though Feral is better than Moonkin, is because of the melee. Like, you don't want to have that many melee on this boss. I mean, it just makes it more difficult to have more melee. You can have a lot of melee, but they just really, like, annoy each other in the intermission. Because in the intermission, like, the lines are just so annoying. And when you're in melee, it's just, like, makes it infinitely harder to dodge. Method's also playing a Holy Paladin still. Let me see what's... Oh, sorry. Oh! Nice. What key was this? Dawnbreaker, okay. Sure.
Yeah, it's just inconsistency. Like, someone always dies phase 1 or in first intermission. Something's wrong with this game. I mean, do you see we switched Mers in, took Canucks in as well? Yeah, so one less melee. This Roger said it's illegal to die in intermission, now it's melee, so we will see. What was this change made? No, there seems to be okay DPS wise. Yeah.
I think you guys are confused. You're Mad Attack and Curse, you're confused. Mad Attack is asking for the add-on.
The thing is,
Mad Attack was asking for the link for the add-on, not for the settings. I think you guys are talking about two different things here.
like Planet has started this, I'm not sure why, you know.
I think so.
It just seems like one person is
And he's also calling the add-ons Plater.
saying where nice memes tanks a couple of the tanks.
I think he's just like confused.
Yeah. And he managed to
Like his use of the word Plater, I think, is referring to add-ons.
died, right? So I don't know if it was just a
Since the decimation
So I think Mad Attack was asking for
many losses,
the link to Shadowed Unit Frames to download the add-on, not for my settings for it.
but it's like, is it better to have them all just on the
Just to explain, I think, why there's confusion. But if you want to download an add-on, I would just download an app that would, you know.
Mers go down. So then now Punk, Mers, so here, I guess. And then,
I said, anyone mind sending me a link to the Shadowed Unit Frames? Sounds like, I mean, it could be an add-on. Could be just a link to that, I don't know. It doesn't specify the profile.
it's just messy, man. Like, it feels like
Oh, he did say, may I ask for the
they did a bunch of
profile? Yeah, okay.
and like everyone
I see that.
had an idea of what would work, and now it's just not there, you know?
Okay, yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, now I'm just confused, honestly. I know what this Matt person wants, or why they are confused. I don't know.
With its complement of cannons, it can
Alright, let's do some Dawnbreaker. Get to the Dawnbreaker. But I pulled something in the back, I think. And I don't know what that was. This guy's just like casting at me from the back. Some Shadow Mage. What's this guy doing? Where's this guy even coming from?
I think we're planning on who's line tonight, by the way.
the order of knights tried to steal the flagship.
Ow.
Outsiders, get to the Dawnbreaker.
Get to the Dawnbreaker.
Ascension is complete.
So what are the major differences between what Method is doing and what Aqua is doing at the moment? If you guys are following the race, give me a TLDR. So it's like the Feral versus the Moonkin, I guess. And what about the healers? Is Aqua now also playing Holy Paladin again, or
We need to gain control of the ship.
they're both dying? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, it's like one Holy Paladin instead of the second Preservation Evoker. And so Aqua's still running a Red Paladin, right?
Icons and such with the charges. I'll watch the
So it's a Red Paladin versus a Holy Paladin, basically.
They empowered Belador's shadow. The Lamplighter's blessing will keep you safe.
The reason why Moonkin is ranked lower in tier lists is because we just recently got buffed, and all of these tier lists were made before the buffs happened, which is the reason why tier lists are bad, usually, but not just usually, almost always. Tier lists are bad, guys. You should never follow tier lists, ever. I want to make a shout out now. You know how every time before an expansion and before a patch comes out, people always ask, oh, what's going to be the best DPS? What's going to be the best this? What's going to be the best that? And then people make tier lists, and the other people look at tier lists and make decisions based off of these tier lists. And I keep saying how tier lists are completely irrelevant because people cannot tell you beforehand which class are going to be good, right? Especially not in M+. And then people always argue against me. People are like, no, you're wrong.
Time to rest.
I need to know what's good, and the tier lists are the thing that I can go off of, and people play a lot of beta and blah, 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 right? But I want you to go and look at those tier lists that were made like a month or 2 months ago. And just look at how wrong they are. Not because the people that made the tier lists are like stupid or whatever, or because they don't know anything. It's because they can't tell the future. Because all of these buffs and nerfs that happened recently, like just a couple of days ago, how would they have known that beforehand, right? You can't. Stuff like that is just not something you can really know.
Your ascension.
And there will still be buffs and nerfs in the future too. Because right now, the balance that we have right now is mainly for the raids. And then once the race level first is over, we're going to get even more class changes. Preservation Evoker very likely going to get nerfed. A lot of other classes that are overperforming in M+ are going to get nerfed. Other classes are going to be buffed. Like, there's still going to be changes to the meta in M+ that we won't even know until the race level first is over. So even now, we don't know what's going to be meta in M+. DPS balance isn't too bad. It doesn't seem that bad. I agree. From what we see on the damage meters on like the race level first, it doesn't seem that bad. But at the same time, they also don't invite classes that don't do a lot of damage, right? So.
The night guides me, empowers me. The shadows bless you. Let night be unending.
Your ascension is complete.
Feel night's embrace.
Why do they want to sack? Oh, just for the beam, or? But the portals, don't you want to spawn them far away? Like, why do you want to stack to spawn the portals? Why don't the range just go further away? Wouldn't that make more sense? That's what I've been doing, at least.
We have pushed that since first intermission. That's sold it since second intermission. That's sold it about 4 million. 2 minutes.
Hey, Iron Diamond, thank you so much for 16 months. What's up?
The shadows bless you. Let's peer into the dark.
I think nice one. CR.
Your ascension
Oh,
Feel
wow.
nice embrace.
Yeah, I think we can get it below fucking 70%.
Night be unending.
That would feel so good.
Well, that hurt.
Pick a nice number 8.
Kick cakes.
The shadows bless you.
But now that we have the full everything released, right? The rates release and plus release, everything is released. What is your guys' opinion of the expansion now? Like, I understand we still don't have the full opinion of the raid and then plus because it only has been announced for a couple of days, so it's not like people can fully form their opinion about it yet. But I feel like now we can form your opinion about the expansion a bit better. So what do you guys think? Are you like, do you like the War Within? Or are you still like kind of on the fence? What do you think?
Find and defeat them. We'll have to face that now. Full strength.
If you jump the, if you jump the points, I'm pretty sure. Come on. Huge.
your
Echo just got a sub 10%.
Overall, bad dungeons? Oh, really? You don't like the dungeons? Okay.
I mean, okay, so what
Was 8% of,
it's like 750. Yeah, so it's like 7.
Yeah, a lot of people definitely have said that they like the campaign more. The story and the world building and stuff. A lot of people have said that. I have heard that a lot. The new dungeons are growing on me the more I play it. That is also something that happens to me sometimes too, where initially I don't really have really good or strong opinion about a dungeon. Mainly I'm like really neutral towards it. And then sometimes when I play a dungeon more, I then really like it grows on me, I guess. Except some dungeons, they like never grow on me, the ones that I already hate immediately, like stuff like City of Threats, like the spy game, like the spy thing. It's like, oh, that'll never grow on me. Well, actually, it might grow on me if there's ever a way to speed it up and make it like much different. That's the only way for me to eventually like it, I guess.
I will say, look at where Twitch is on now as well. It was at 600k
your
for the
ascension
entire fight, like 6 hours, which is
You like Dawnbreaker because it's quick? Interesting. Like, is it still quick? Even though you have to play enemy forces now? Because a lot of people said it's so quick in Mythic Zero, which was true, but now in a Plus you actually have to play trash. Hey Capty, thank you so much for 3 months. What's up? Welcome back. So far I love it, okay. Dungeons are very hard, like Dragonflight at the beginning. Hey Janundu, thank you so much for your sub gift. I appreciate that.
yeah.
Thank you.
I think it may be closer to 3%. Yeah. I mean, they were what, 67% so far?
I didn't see because my camera was angled down. Fuck, I just pressed my cooldowns too.
I used to get around it at like
Man, I angled my camera down so I could press orbital strike. Because orbital strike, you have to like actually put your mouse on the floor. So I had to angle my camera down because there's a doorway. And then I couldn't see the things that were actually on the floor. Hannah, thank you so much for sub gears. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And a lieutenant.
Wait, where are we? Wait, where are we? Oh, here. Orientation, guys. I told you, I'm bad at it. Damage above enemy nameplates? That's just standard blizzards? You think the damage numbers? I think that's just standard blizzard numbers, no? I think so. Like these numbers here, yeah? Yeah, just to enable them with the script that Kuros sent in the chat. Mike, I can't believe you talked shit about great cheese on your stream. Preach. Can't believe you talked shit about great cheese on your stream.
It wasn't on my stream, it was on the Echo.
Oh, it was on the Echo broadcast. People came into my chat like, Preach is talking shit about great cheese.
Your protein powder sludge.
Huh?
Your protein powder sludge.
Yeah, it is good. You should try it.
I'm not trying sweat.
Why would you not try it? It's good.
I haven't got any here.
That is true. We should order some.
I've just been to ramen.
Maybe you can get it in the RWF that is that's just opened up.
Closed
It's closed again.
Sunday.
Oh, true. Actually, I can't believe it's open at like 11 p.m. but they close it on a Sunday.
Right?
That is weird.
It's ridiculous. Germany's so lazy.
Yeah, you guys have like it's a law in Germany that they can't open stuff on Sunday, right? Because I know it's a law in Austria, but then some places still are open on Sunday. So I don't know what that law is. Like, is it just like, hey, you're not allowed to work on Sundays unless I don't know. Unless the third Sunday of the month, or I don't know. Wait. You need a specific permission to open. Okay. And I guess, oh, because when I was in Graz, when I studied there, I remember that on Sunday, the only shop that was open, only grocery shop, was like on the like the main station, the bus main station, or the train main station. I don't remember. I think the train main station. So I guess then you're allowed to open if you're like if your shop isn't like a main something like public transport kind of deal or whatnot. No, like I'm talking about the RWF because there's like there's a grocery shop, a RWF, that opened, which by the way we don't have in South Tyrol. But it opened up here, and it was like this huge opening, you know. And a lot of people, like when it opened up, a lot of people like walked in there. Like I was at the gym, and I saw so many people because I can see directly at it in the gym, right? And then I saw so many people go in and out of this RWF, and it was late too. I feel like it was like 10 p.m. or something. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, why are there so many people? It was a weekday. It was Thursday. It's like, why are there so many people walking into this grocery shop? Just because it opened up. It's like, they probably have the same shit that all of the other RWFs have too, right? Like, every other grocery shop at the same time will have the same things, right? Apparently it was this exciting thing. But maybe they gave some free stuff. Who knows? Maybe you get some free cheese samples. Or I don't know. Some free great cheese. Wait. But then, as I was like making fun of these people in my head, I then realized that I actually do like going through grocery shops, especially in like other countries. I don't know what it is about that, but I just want to like I enjoy seeing like other products that I can not buy, like where I live, you know. It's like it's interesting to see like what kind of stuff they're selling. Shit.
I
Yeah.
simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Nutella ice cream. Pff, I don't know. Train stations, gas stations can open. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Did you time any keys yet? I mean, this is the second key we're doing, and we didn't time the first one, so I guess the answer is no. I guess it doesn't really matter. I just want to get my 10s done. This debuff does a lot of damage. This Abyssal Blast thing. Hey, Capty. Thank you so much for 3 months. Welcome back. Hello. This map has so much health. Wait, the video is up actually? Nice. Benny's the best. Nice. Alright, so if you guys want to hear my opinion, or if you don't know what the fuck happened with the exploit and the fired up thing, then go ahead and check out the video. It's on my YouTube channel. It's linked in the description below, or it's linked in the chat, not in the description below.
Your ascension.
Nah, fuck. I just pressed convoke as the thing was spawning. God damn it. Hey, Klaapdrager, what's up? I think the difference between those feasts is just that one lasts through death. That is what the difference is, right? If I... Hey, Maria. So there's one feast that gives you a food buff that persists through death. And the other one does not. I assume that's the difference between the feasts that you mentioned.
Your ascension is complete.
Or? I mean, I don't know the exact name of them, so. God, I'm so dead.
Arrival wasn't necessary.
Hey, Fincy. I personally just think it's better. No, like, deep reason or anything. I just think it's better. Just more damn. Oh, there's like a crab behind us. Watch it. Thanks for 2 months, Rusty Nails. Thank you very much.
Your ascension
Starfall is good in M+. You still press Starfall, no matter if you play a Loon's Chosen or Keeper of the Growth, you still press Starfall.
You've saved Merildar, champion. We'll drive the remainder of this shadowy
Or why would you think that you... Like, why do you think it has anything to do with Starfall?
Force back up and retaken the
So maybe there's something that you're misunderstanding?
If the Order of Knights steals the Dawnbreaker, Merildar will be defenseless.
Get to the Dawnbreaker. Hey, we can still time this. Let's go. Oh, maybe you mean Starfire.
My ship.
But yeah, just because you play the Keeper build doesn't mean... Like, you're still pressing Starfire with the Keeper build. Whew, this fixate does a lot of damage.
Is complete.
I probably shouldn't have Ring of Peace them apart. Now all these casters are spread. Maybe just kill the boss. Before he kills us. Ugh.
By the light of the flame. What is that fresh horror?
The range of Starfall doesn't matter because... So, the range of Starfall is 45 yards radius. So 90 yards diameter. But that's not actually relevant because Starfall technically does not pull anything that you're not encumbered with. Like, it does not damage anything that you're not encumbered with. So the range of Starfall doesn't actually matter for pulling stuff. The problem is that there's some bugs with the dungeons currently, where some mobs are being pulled by Starfall. So the mobs are just coded wrong, basically. That's something that Blizzard will have to fix.
Chase that monster from the Dawnbreaker.
It's a bug, yes.
And drive them from Hallowball. This darkness is deadly. The Lamplighter's blessing will keep you safe.
Really, Ace? Yeah, there's quite a lot of bugs in the plus still. They're gonna have to put some time and effort into fixing these dungeons. I know that they're currently focused on the race first and probably don't give a shit about M+, but I hope they do that after the race is over as fast as possible. Hey, the Rolex, thank you so much for 5 months. What's up? Oh, wow. I have this weird thing again where my stream element is not... I guess I'm gonna have to update it again. Wow.
Your ascension is complete.
Okay, I'm gonna use cooldowns now and then I'm gonna blast this boss. Watch me. Are you watching? See, it's that on my screen. It died. You might still see it, but that's just delay. It's just lagging. Boss is in fact dead right now. Favorite dungeon? I don't know. I haven't actually played all the dungeons yet. I mean, I played them in beta, but I haven't played them in live. And in live, they're always going to be a little bit different, right? So I have not actually played them all. I cannot give you my honest opinion about it until then. Yeah, Boomy very much feels the same as before. Except doing more damage, yeah. Yeah. Wait, we need to hurry up a little. We have a minute left.
Your ascension is
There we go. Are we just gonna die? Okay. Sounds good. We timed the key, guys. We timed it. Wow, where's my loot?
Broken the unholy alliance between the Order of Night and Archmehet.
Wait, why did I only get 34 score?
Of theirs has fled back to their queen. No doubt.
Oh, maybe I've done this dungeon before? I don't remember.
And you holding up your phone.
Oh, I need this.
Hi everyone.
But I guess Oopsie needs it as well.
When you and Method went on splits the same.
Oh, I just see. Okay.
Yeah, you know what's funny? I saw some people
Do you need?
they see methods from brewmasters, so they go also brewmaster. I've been telling
Just open trades. I love that.
Guardian plus Windwalker or
Nah,
Brewmaster.
nah. Oopsie, if you need it, you can totally keep it. Oh,
Talking about it for 6 hours.
never mind. Get it? Thank you so much.
Brewmaster is better.
Everyone will say that you're copying everyone else.
Yeah, we're copying everyone.
Thank you, Oopsie. You're the best.
You guys are copying
Thank you so much. I think I have to replace this one actually, like the higher item level one. I think the low one's better. I think this one's just kind of shit.
That's why. No, that's not. That's not. My cook was the first one we tried, but it had some issues.
I think this one's shit. I'm replacing it. Like, how much damage does this do in the whole dungeon?
I like it. We've drawn it 3 times. That's how good it is.
Like it did 0.6% of my damage.
The thing I take on stock is the banana quote. Banana,
Yeah, I'm replacing this.
What's your next fruit for Paul?
My first ever was pineapple.
Yeah, for the place opposite to the door of the arena.
There you go. Yeah, we know. We told. Yeah.
So what's next? Apple?
I'll think about it. Apple and prize.
So, nice.
Watermelon. That's a big one.
That is passion fruit smoothie.
Do they want to do another dungeon?
Maybe mango. Mango.
Mango is nice. I like mango. Also, it should be a movement ball. It's like, man, go. You know?
Is there a way to sim a healer? Not really. You can sim a healer's damage. But you can't really sim a healer... Well... I mean... like, you can sim healing generally, but it's all... Like, it doesn't really... Like, you have to, like, super... Like, you have to take that data and like apply it like very logically to what you need it for, and don't take it as like this is how it is, you know. But then the thing is that at that point you don't even need to do the calculation at all, because then you can just like think of your stats and like kind of I don't know. It also like very much depends on the situation, like what you need to. What do you want to optimize your healing for? What are we doing? City, okay.
It is nasty though.
Where's City of Threats?
In the third intermission?
Yes.
Where's the new threats?
Oh, true.
Come on, Roger. Fucking fire these boys up or what?
I'm trying. Kill them.
Do more.
Kill the boys. Kill the boys.
Kill the boys.
It's time.
I think we kill it.
Do you still think at 10%
It's a cut.
she dies?
I'm not confirmed yet.
Hey, it might be 1%.
I mean, that would be nice.
You think it's a Sylvanas play? It could be some point between 10 and 9. She's got a casting animation. She won't die till after.
She'll be dead at -1, I'm pretty sure.
Nah,
You
sure.
get her there.
We used to have this coping for Argus.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll take the
really?
portal.
Yeah, where we're like, there's no way this boss dies on 0. It must be 30%.
I think that's details
Must be 20%.
that is showing the thing at the end, like the window.
Kept going until we're like, guys, it just dies on 0.
We'll give her a kick in the dick. Let's get it done.
Yeah. Go on.
These are alright outside. Nothing you like
Good,
that.
yeah. I'll be happy.
So missed you. Just had her over there. She's coming back. To see you specifically, not you.
Man, that's some copium.
We have a hate.
Where's this dungeon?
Nexus Princess
There.
Ibiza, somehow related to the Nexus Consortium.
It's funny that the that the command is called !exploit. So whenever I look at my chat, people are just like !exploits. I'm just like
Anyway, but she's harder than Midnight.
But yeah, if you guys don't know what's going on, there has been a little bit of drama in Terrestrial first because a mage in Liquid has abused a bug for some tries on Mythic Kivesta, the boss that they're currently progressing on. And I'm explaining that bug and like the conversation, whatever, in the YouTube video if you guys want to check it out.
Yes, but you could live.
If you guys want to type out your angry comments.
That's 3 races.
You can barely just go see it. Set lights, just stick it out.
One of the hardest healer fights to ever exist.
And a curve. Should always be a curve.
Might be too good. There will be a reset. Will there be two?
Yeah.
Where's this dungeon?
Like, this boss could very, if they don't know the boss, it could very easily not die today.
Oh, my character is so ugly right now.
This could be the last boss you see at all. This reset.
Oh, there.
2 bosses left to
I don't
get
want to
to
be
next
three
reset.
sides, to be honest.
It's wild. They're also hard.
Yeah, a little bit.
If they're also hard, we might not see a killer until next Monday. So use it.
I need to go my own path.
Like, no one expected her to be this hard mechanically. She's not that hard. The only reason she is because she hits ridiculously hard. And it's too
I love the thumbnail. It's so good.
If it's too like this, with the mechanics it is designed to have, the next boss is a whole lot. Unironically.
Okay, after this dungeon, I have to go for dinner. And remind me, in case I forget.
All we saw.
Some places and
And
they
then
go
we're
in
going to reset the circle.
It just doesn't feel as
And then
Please.
sometimes we're going on an answer. We don't even know.
obviously it's one
Like we might be going home with race undone. I think we're out of here on the 28th or 29th.
enjoy it.
My flight's on the 4th or 5th.
Yeah, I don't play with.
I'm laughing in the intro again. God damn it.
Because tears.
I'm fine with beating the boss.
Too hard. Boss number 6
If
should
I
not
play
be
again,
this
I
hard.
want to stop all over again.
Yeah, I know you're.
Hard bosses are cool. Like,
People are not happy when I'm laughing in the intro.
it's hard because it's too much to do.
Okay, let me post this on my Instagram real quick.
Your own personal error or a slight healer error means you're dead. Everything hits for 80% and you can execute it at 10%. So if you're not at 91% or higher when you get hit, you're dead.
1 moment.
Constantly have to pick the correct people to talk.
I really like the
It's
idea.
wild.
It's so weird when I open my own Discord. Like I have a Discord where I post my own stuff. When I open it on my phone, all the channels are gone. So confused.
They should have known yesterday. It's hard.
And on my PC, they're still there.
Around 9 Pacific time, which is
Thumbnail.
all the extra fans would be like, but then I could get like 3 or 4 hours on it.
Oh, it's consuming. It's so much fun. Like I'd stream
People will
it,
get mad
like,
no matter
stream,
what.
I'd
That
go
is
outside
correct.
to eat and then I'd go to my
The next time on this was
like no stream, just be sitting there having a good time.
if they nerf in an hour, I could kill 2 hours later, I could kill tomorrow. It's fine.
I was
Now you're in
annoyed
second
that it
core.
wasn't working.
And Liquid has 1
Just
day in the
also
season.
then she's like, what are you doing? I was like, I just had lunch with Zoe, my husband and stuff. And she goes, all right. you're not streaming them. I know it's Sunday. She goes, so, you're there.
One sec.
You're not gonna kill Silken Court and Answer Activity first reset.
It's like,
Unless
I'll
they're
be able to
just
do a
jokes,
little
which I
section
don't
this
expect.
morning, and we were on for like 6 hours.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, we finished it.
This is so dumb. Hey, Storm H, thank you so much for 2 sub gifts. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Silken Court is supposed to, by design, it looks like it should be mechanically difficult. If it's tuned like this boss plus mechanically difficult, it is actually just watchers again.
Oh wait, that's the wrong link.
Maybe it falls over. That's what I say every tier. People are like, what do you think will happen this tier? I'm like, Blizzard tries, and they don't know what's going to happen. They didn't intend for this.
Okay, now I just need a big arrow pointing at the thing.
They're just doing their best, and it's hard. I'd rather have this than Avarice. Avarice is complete shit. This is better than Avarice. Better to be too hard.
Okay, a big pointy arrow.
Should I go wide walk again? How many of you guys saw my get wide walk?
This one.
How do I know I'm supposed to talk? I've been looking at you, even though he's talking. I've been looking at you. That's because you're coming up.
Hey, Val, thanks for the 9 months. What's up? How you doing?
What about this? What about that? What about that?
Are we doing the ski still? Or are we gone? Because if we're not doing the ski, I'm waiting for dinner.
It's like the level below at EC Castle, right? But he's just so up his own arse, and it's really annoying. He's really good at his job, but we gave him feedback for about a year.
One
and every
now.
time we gave him feedback, he was like, "Oh no, this is why I was right. This is why I did this way. This is why I did this way." And it's just, he's really good at his job, but none of us want to work with him anymore.
Yeah.
What's the point? And every time,
Stop exploiting. No, I won't. Fuck you. Yeah.
One error.
I personally think that Keep Up the Grove is better than Illusiosen and Plus. Yep. Yep. Type out the angry comments. I'm sure there already are a bunch of angry comments. I haven't looked at my YouTube comments just yet, but I feel like they might be very angry. Let's take a look at the comments. Oh, should I?
I mean, they had a 24% on. And you were out as well. Immediately after the game. Maybe you need to leave again.
As long as they don't use this in a kill, they didn't get an advantage. What the hell are you talking about? I mean, that is exactly what I'm saying. I don't know. This person seems confused. Nothing worse than what I read in chat for 90 minutes anyway. Also, he did use it on progress, and 4% on boss could be a huge hit. People don't understand that it wasn't actually an advantage, but yeah. Yes, like what Katie said as well. Either they ban him as well, or this will be such a mess afterwards. I don't personally think it would be a huge mess to not ban him. Like, that's maybe. How should this be bannable if this has been known for months and not fixed by Bliss? Yeah, see, it doesn't matter how long a ban has been known, I guess. You're still, like, abusing it, right? Cheats are cheats, will not stop. Say disqualify for the race. The amount of people that think that Blizzard could just disqualify people for a race, well, first somehow, as if it was, like, an official thing. How about Blizzard fixes their bugs? Yeah. I mean, they are right. Like, I do think people are right when they say that Blizzard should be fixing bugs, right? Because there's actually... Okay, so it's interesting because I do think that obviously Blizzard sometimes is really slow at fixing certain bugs. Like, that have been known for a long time. One thing to note, though, is that some bugs are not as easy to fix as it seems, though. Like, some people think that every bug can just be fixed, like, immediately. But that's not actually true. There actually are some bugs that are very difficult for Blizzard to fix because they need to be able to replicate them to be able to fix them. And there are some bugs that they cannot replicate within their, like, servers. So they basically don't know what's causing it, and then they can't fix it. But clearly that's not the case for this one, because as far as I understand, this bug has now been fixed. And this is not one of those, like, super complicated bugs. This certainly is, like, a bug that is a little bit more, like, on probably the easier side, right, to fix. I think so, at least. I mean, I don't know, but it is, I assume it's, like, not rocket science. Not punishing this kind of behavior incentivized future players to cheat till they got caught. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Who cares? People spend way too much time on this stuff. Play the game, have fun, let Blizzard sort it out. Yeah. I mean, you could say this about a lot of stuff. But a lot of people rightfully are very invested in the race till first. I mean, it's being broadcasted. A lot of people are watching it. Like, a lot of people, I do think, are, like, invested too much. Like, they like making it this, like, very emotional kind of, like, conversation where they get very personal with their attacks and whatnot. And that, I think, is not okay. And then you should take a step back and be like, how important is this really? Like, it is a game. But obviously, this is very important to them. Like, this is literally the life of some people. Like, some players, the race first is, like, their thing. Like, it's what they do. Right? It's so I would say it's more important than what some people make it out to be, but others are definitely also taking it too seriously. Honestly, I want it to be fair, as much as I love Liquid since it's the main team that I follow. The fact that he went out of his way to exploit is making 100% intentional. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Makes me think that perhaps Blizzard should pull the trigger and give him a 4-day ban. If they don't, that would seem unfair to the other guilds that had their members banned before the race. This was, like, I don't agree with the 4-day ban. I think it should be shorter. But I'm kind of, like, liking this, like, constructive comment here. And let's Blizzard double down on the zero tolerance in regards to exploiting. And if it's only a few days, it will hurt. Yes, it will be the end of the world. No. Yeah. I personally think I'm also, like, on... Ah, shit, they filled the group now. Whatever, I'm just gonna eat after this dungeon. Funny that Gingy has something to say about this. He, as I know, have never won an MDI without using some sort of exploit. Okay, that's a pretty funny comment because obviously Gingy has won numerous MDIs and TGPs without using exploits, yeah. like fair and square. They did use the Plague Warrior bug and won one of the TGPs, which I personally think that definitely should have gotten them, like, disqualified. Like, I don't think it was okay to not punish them for that, but that doesn't mean that the other ones were not, like, fair, because they were. Like, it is certainly not true that they've exploited, like, every MDI. I don't understand the debate about gaining an advantage. They did gain an advantage. It was 4%, like you stated already. Yeah. You can never know if that helped them progress to later stage of the boss or stabilize tries. But no, we do know that. If you create a precedent that gaining an advantage would mean use something to... No, like, this person does not understand. can never know if that helped them progress to later stage of the fight. There are no later stages of the fight. Or, I mean, yes, there are, but
Vaginal healing business.
the damage does not help you to get to later stages of the fight. Like, this person clearly doesn't understand how the boss works, even though I explained it in the video.
So I got in at 6 a.m. They were supposed to call at 7. They did call till 2 p.m. Then I finished. I cast advance from 7 to 2. And we couldn't even show the screens. And I didn't know. Back
Oh,
then,
is this the troll test?
there was control tech. So we went out to show the screens and stuff. I didn't realise
Oh.
they just say that.
All raceable verticals did something like this at some point. Gingy even said that himself. My biggest problem with this was that Gingy said this on stream. I went to Max's stream and tried to warn him. And I got banned from his chat forever for trying to help. So nice, mods. I would do anything to get unbanned. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Poor Muttley DK. Just try to warn him. Oh man.
And we don't know what's in the name.
Now, and we want you to host it. All the casters are there. Like there's 8 casters.
They're doing the dinner break in like 15 minutes, and then
We want you, we're going to pay you 500 quid for this one. So I got them to
they might shift it in 45 minutes.
and I was like, I don't know what to do. I literally hadn't, I got my case into the door, it was still near the door. Answered the phone.
All right, let's do this.
Home, she said, I'll see you later. And I called her and I was like,
His mods have seen some shit.
You learn that
I mean,
nothing of the void.
like, I definitely think that during the Race of First, the mods in some of these like World Race of First streams are being like more punishing than what maybe is necessary. But that's for a reason. Like obviously there's huge like a Neighbors EU, like reverse echo kind of drama going on during these races, and a lot of people getting really riled up, and then the chat discussion, what the fuck? Why did I die? And the chat discussion is all about it. And it's just annoying. Like, sometimes you're timing out a person that mentions something, not because what they said was bad, but because you don't want to have a conversation started. Like, I think that sometimes happens in my stream too, where Kuros will maybe like time out a person because he just doesn't want the chat to turn into this conversation, even if whatever they said itself was not maybe like a bad thing. And that is fine. Like, some people are like, oh, mods with their power and whatever, but you, like, the mods are responsible for the chat and what is being talked about in chat. So if they think a certain sentence or a certain a thing that somebody said would stir the conversation or like change the conversation in chat to like something that is unwanted, then it's their right to ban that message or time out that message, and it's a very good reason to do so. It has nothing to do with like abusing power or anything. It's just we don't want to talk about this right now, and to not have the conversation come up, you just ban the initial person that is mentioning it. Because otherwise, if you don't ban the first person that mentions it, then you have to ban like 100 people afterwards that then talk about it, right? Censoring, like, people always get political about this stuff. It's like, it's not the same. There's no such thing as free speech in Twitch chat, okay? It's my fucking Twitch chat. I can ban whatever the fuck I want. And if I don't want you talking about fucking bananas, I'll ban the fucking word banana, okay? There's no such thing as free speech in Twitch chat. This is not fucking America, okay? Free speech. Fuck, we need a lot of interrupts for this. That's it, I'm calling my lawyer.
Right? If they're like, in this segment, we focus
There you have adequate potassium.
engaging with it. And I know, like, it's on a bigger show where you have people who can directly just engage with the show, sandwich, like, some other things. But it is nice to
The reason why there's currently memes about bananas in the echo, like with the echo raiders, is because we actually, like, I think it was yesterday, we had somebody like fill up the like kitchen upstairs, which is like this huge bowl of bananas. There were just so many bananas. Like it was like the bowl was like too small, so it was like spilling over. There's just bananas everywhere. And I saw a banana, like a fully intact fresh banana, on the staircase in the hotel that somebody just left there. Suspicious. Yeah, very suspicious. Who left this banana there? Is it a code word for something? Is it a secret? Ugh. Guess we have another swarm guard, guys. One more. Wow. Ah, this stuff does so much damage.
I'm just watching polls.
I always play keeper for everything. All of the things.
Oh, soon dinner break and then my shift. Now, and I just relax for the rest of my time until shift.
I use Plater as my nameplates.
Hard is better than avarice, right? Hard is better than easy, but it's a little too hard. 6 spots should not require completely perfect gameplay, and it does. Alright, good night, everyone.
You want to give me 5 minutes of hold ups and 5 minutes of princess? You already have 9, but it doesn't work that way. Like, that's nonsense. Like, why would you spend 5 minutes on a possibly solve once it's 20 seconds? Like, this is so silly. And it's like, well, I'm going to show you this really cool graphic card. I'm sure you know the when there's no file conversation.
Your ascension.
Please interrupt. No! Wait, how did I not die? I was convoking, I couldn't interrupt. And what is rogue damage? Holy shit. What?
Yeah, that's always tough. I think TV producers out there working with news cycle and ads and such, it's actually really helpful on adverts. Like MCUs, where it's a lot more free flowing. It's kind of like, what are you gonna do?
Any updates? Any best tries? Guys, you need to update me whenever Echo or Method are doing a better pull, yeah? I know I'm literally at the Echo venue. They're playing right next to me, but I don't know what's going on. I'm playing in Plus. No best tries? Okay, thank you. Watch it. I can. Oh,
two directors.
did we dispel that? Fuck.
What's the auto queue? We have two graphics upgraders, and then you have, I mean, are you including camera people in the project queue?
They were all robotic, no arms.
Okay, so you have people controlling the project
Yeah.
cards. And then we have a scriptwriter, a stats officer, what else do we have? I think that's probably about it.
Can Grid 2 be used as a replacement for Healbot?
Well, do you have people else? No, this is just enough.
Both Grid 2 and Healbot are rate frames, so yes.
Audio, you've got your world feed, which goes out to all of our broadcasters. Two people for that.
But it depends what you mean. Like, what is the functionality that the Healbot has that you would want Grid 2 to have too? Thank you so much for 6 months, R-Crash. Thank you so much. Generally speaking, you can replace, you can use whatever rate frame you want.
If you're doing an event that has
Like, there isn't a single rate frame that does something like super special that another rate frame can't really do, other than like super like specific like icons or something.
the good thing about this is you set up all the player setups and they're there for the entire time, right? You're not having players switch in, switch out, you don't have many moving parts.
I didn't realize we're not finishing the ski. I guess we're not. It's kind of good though, because then I can go for dinner.
Fed to a TV like we are on Castle Serbia. And if they were there, they were there. If they were there, they were there.
Hey, Capty, thank you so much for 3 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
I think the other thing is
That was 3 hours ago. I crashed. There we go. 6 months.
if I ask for a graphic on the application, you will within 5 seconds. That is bad. That's a mistake, right? Whereas if I ask for, oh, can we get Warcraft logs up or something? If we get that within the next
What time is it? It is 5:25 p.m.
just the start of the show, but that's where you need your two viz operators, you need your two graphics operators.
I did record a Moonkin guide. I will upload it a bit later though, because first I want to upload the Erasable First guide, and then afterwards I can do the Moonkin guide.
I'll be like, yeah, that's true.
No, it's true what you're saying. It's, we're okay with a bit of delay.
Yeah, and that's fine.
Perfect dream come true.
Exactly, right? Let's just walk over to the other place, right? Or, like if we go for a break, it just says break on the screen, like you don't play through 15 different language ads on 15 different channels with whatever, right? And it's also why I wanted to be part of this show.
I never see you again.
Like all this fucking random shit that I
Yeah, Moonkin M Plus is really good at the moment. I personally don't have like super good gear, and I'm still doing good. Like, I don't have like a high item level weapon. I don't have 4-piece. I'm still generally like kind of low item level. Don't have good trinkets. Well, I mean, I have good trinkets, but like not the best trinkets. My sets are kind of off as well. And it's like, I would be doing a lot more damage with the more optimized gear, of course.
One of the great things that was Brave is just this corralling, 30 places at that night, 31. Keeping all focused.
So let's read some more comments before I go for dinner.
There's a really fun analysis section where you just like, I've worked out how to put clothes. You just go into your blade.
I Twitch. This race is about to become a Twitch hunt from both sides, just causing more US. I mean, I honestly don't necessarily understand why it turns into this US versus EU thing. Well, I understand why it's US versus EU, but I feel like it's unnecessarily EU versus NA, because like just make it Liquid versus Echo, right? It doesn't have to be EU versus NA. Like, why?
12 hours, 14 hours every day.
Also, there's like NA players playing in the EU guilds and EU players playing in NA guilds, yeah.
A whole week from there.
Yeah. Even if we were on the last boss,
I would instantly send a 2-week ban.
decent chance of taking until Saturday. We may not
Ban him heavy.
fall until Thursday or Friday.
Oh, it's only Sunday. I heard it's like Wednesday.
The boss focused on just
A little bit. It's not time for everything to come soon.
Yeah, I feel like it's
Cool video, but no opinion. That's just not great.
food and then
I think that's fair. And we do their best, but
Why? Why?
the nerf waiting was great.
I don't think. I personally think that it would be so much better if people would just be happy about not having an opinion. Or, I'm not saying like no opinion, but like no Like you don't always have to be black or white. Like I feel like sometimes people should just accept the fact that you don't have a strong opinion about something.
Yeah, but I think they're going to put a problem.
Like I feel like the world would be a much better place if people would just be okay with that.
You don't think the big
There's many times where I don't have like a super clear-cut opinion about something, and that's okay. Like
that can't be fixed?
sometimes I feel strongly about something, and I'm like, yeah, I really feel this way. But then other times I'm like kind of like looking at both sides and I'm like, oh well, you know, like I don't really feel strongly for one or the other side, and I think that is totally fine. You don't always have to be like, it's like this, or I think this way, all right? I don't know. Being an offense to maybe win contests in the future is meh. Okay, so this person thinks that I don't have a strong opinion because of winning contests in the future. Which I guess is like a fair assumption, right? Like they're basically assuming that if I would be like super against Liquid, that I would like ruin my chances to work with Liquid in the future. Or if I would if I would be super against Echo, then I would like ruin my chances with them in the future. Which again is a fair assumption to make because I am working in the Risto first, and I have to work with these guilds. But I mean, all I can say is that it's not true. Like this is just what my opinion is. I'm not like super one-sided into one direction or the other. It's just my honest opinion. Believe it or not.
Anyone's under 91% and they get less than their dead, so you constantly have to be evaluating every single global. He needs to be above 91%, but he can stay at 70.
What did you say before?
Okay, I'm not surprised by a lot of these comments.
Was it Raglan?
It probably was Raglan, yeah. But Raglan
Like a lot of people are saying that he should be banned.
was much less random. You almost always knew who was going to be taking damage. You could prepare for it much better.
Hybrid Healers was a lot stronger than two. You know, they're a lot of support.
Clickbait title and video about us. I think a lot of people don't understand what a clickbait is.
Raglan did have all that support from Dreams and stuff like that to lock you in.
Also, I can make a video about things that does affect me, like
The pressure on these boys in that phase is nuts.
ignoring shit Echo does done in the past. Well, I mean, I guess I didn't talk about it in the video. I did talk about it on stream. I didn't include it in the video. Because, again, to me, I feel like it's not... Like, there's no... Like, there's no scorecard where you, like, go back and forth with, like, the amount of exploits that guilds have done in the past. Because I just feel like it's not relevant for the punishment that Blizzard is giving out now. So that's why I didn't mention it. But...
Causing drama, Naguura.
Yeah.
Causing shit over there, you. Fucking shit, Naguura.
But yeah, it's certainly not a clickbait title or a video because a clickbait means that you're like baiting people to join a video and that you're not actually like really talking about whatever it is that you're saying you're gonna talk about. So it's not that. I'm certainly drama baiting, but I'm not clickbaiting. It's a different thing. But yeah, a lot of people are asking for bans, which I'm not surprised, honestly. Because when I made the whole video about... Because I made another video about the Echo ban, where they got banned for the Renown thing. And like 90% of the comments have asked for more severe bans. Like so many people in the comments said that the Echo players and the Method players and stuff, they should have been banned for like... People have been asking for perma-bans and stuff for the Renown thing. So I'm not surprised that people are asking for like severe bans for this one too. I think a lot of people, understandably, like get angry about other people like exploiting stuff or like doing stuff that is against the rules, and then like they feel like it's unfair if they don't get punished when they cannot abuse that same bug because they maybe miss the knowledge, right? Which, to be fair, like I think it's a fair opinion to have that a player should be punished for abusing a bug if it's something against the rules. The real question is to me, did Fired Up hide it from Bliss or just hide it from Echo? That makes all the difference. See, I personally don't think it makes a difference at all. I personally don't think it makes a difference if he was hiding it or not. But anyway, I'm gonna go get dinner. I think it is. So while I'm gone, you guys can write more angry comments on my YouTube videos if you feel like it. Just give me all of the what's it called? All of the interactions gonna push my video up. Thank you, appreciate that. Especially the angry ones. Am I getting banned because I used the grip bug and missed? Yes, Olaf, yes. But yeah, one thing that is funny that you mentioned that with the grip bug. Like, it is funny how fast people are jumping to like super severe punishments for these Race War First players. Because I mean, okay, obviously, like, I understand again, like punishing people that exploit bugs, yeah, makes sense. But the amount of people that have exploited bugs on purpose in World of Warcraft, like normal players, that are now asking for like permabans for like the renowned exploiter or whatever, and for like dismissing, is crazy. Like, a lot of people certainly are not thinking about stuff that they have done in the past, yeah. Because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people that have abused a bug to like their advantage before, yeah. Like in Mythic Plus or just anywhere. And you might think it's less severe for you because you're not part of the Race of First, which, you know, is correct. But then you shouldn't be ignoring that fact when you're asking for another player to be permanently banned, yeah. like, have you done stuff like that in the past, you know? Knowingly exploiting a bug? Because I've done it. Hey, Victor, what's up? Good afternoon. I'm using bugs? Nah. I know, right? I barely ever have to work. All right, be right back, guys. I'm going to go get dinner. What's the wireless headset you use at home? I'm thinking I need to upgrade mine soon. You mean the old one that I use? Because I now use this like WoW one. It's this a Steel Series one. It's the WoW version. Before that, I used the Alienware one. And honestly, you should ask me for opinions on headsets because I just get them gifted and I just use them because they gift them to me. Like, don't ask me for my opinion. I just use whatever headset I get, and then I'll just use it until like it breaks or something, or I get a new one, and then I'll just use that. And they all just kind of work the same. Like, I've never used one of these headsets and I was like, oh my god, like this is so much better than the other one. Like, they're all just very similar. And I use wireless headsets. So this one is a wireless one. But yeah, there's nothing like too special about it. What's the nicest when gifting to you? Well, they're not like they're. Like they're just sending them to me, yeah. Like, as in like during promotional things. None of them are being like nicer or anything. Like most of the time, I don't even interact with the people that are sending it to me. But I do like the Steel Series guys. I talked to one of the Steel Series guys at Gamescom, and he was very nice. We had this whole conversation about WoW and how he plays WoW too, and he started playing a long time ago, and blah blah blah. Like, it was very. And he also had like, he said how nice like the WoW community is, and the people that he interacted with from the Risk of First guilds and from Blizzard and stuff. Very cute. So, I do want to, like, I'm casting at 7, so I can do one more, and plus if I get invited soon, but that's a lot of Mist of Tina Sives. Wait, do I have, like, a filter? Oh, I do. That explains it.
We worked out they're about 4 million short, I think, if Kush should be alive.
For a mage.
As it usually does.
Well, that's not me.
Yes, also you just need people alive at the end, right?
Did they nerf the boss in Necrotic Wake? Or is it still super crazy, that third boss?
If you see someone like live,
That's bad, still bad, okay.
yeah, it's got like a half second internal cast. It's about half from what it looks like.
So like sometimes you can go to 9.9% and you like have some eat stuff, but you still die.
Oh, I forgot to show a picture of dinner. It was delicious. Unfortunately, there was mushrooms on it again. Oh, goddamn mushrooms everywhere. They ruin everything. It was like some sort of pasta with chicken and mushrooms and like a nice sauce. It wasn't like pasta. It's I don't know what they're called in English. Honestly, don't know what they're called in German right now. Schupfnudel? I don't know. Maybe? Don't Italians love mushrooms? I don't think I don't think that you can say that a whole country loves a certain type of food. I've never heard of that as being a thing either. This is the first time I hear about Italians liking mushrooms, in particular. If we would say olives, then maybe, yeah. But mushrooms? I don't know about that. There are 3 ingredients Italians love. Being Italian myself, I hate 2 of them: onions, garlic, and mushrooms. Really? Mushrooms? Thank you so much, Anonymous! Oh my god, I'm so excited. Sorry. Somebody just contributed $50 and $25, so $75 in total towards my ski touring sets on Throne. Thank you so much for the best. Thank you very much, Anonymous. That is so nice of you. In case you're very confused right now and you don't know what the hell is going on, I am currently saving up some money that people can contribute to buy a ski touring set. And in case you don't know what ski touring is, it's when you walk up a mountain with skis attached to your feet. And yes, it's strange. So you have your skis, ski touring skis, and you attach like something at the bottom of the ski so it doesn't slide. Then you walk up with them, walk up the mountain, and then you ski down afterwards. And I would like to IRL stream ski touring in the winter, or at least attempt to. This is kind of what it looks like. So it's kind of like cross-country skiing, but not really. It looks similar because your foot is not attached into the back of the binding when you walk up. So obviously, so you can walk. But it's not the same as cross-country skiing. It's something different. And then once you're all the way up, you're gonna change your bindings to actually be set in the back as well. And you remove the skins at the bottom, because there's something called like a skin that you put on the bottom of your skis so you don't slide all the way down the mountain again. And then you ski down. So thank you so much for contributing. I appreciate it a lot. Anonymous, thank you very much. I haven't used my spark, but mainly because I didn't have enough gilded crests. And now I do have enough gilded crests, so now I could craft a weapon, or could craft something, and I'm gonna craft a two-hand weapon. I could look for a crafter, actually. Actually, no, I wanna do a dungeon. Because I have to cast in like 50 minutes. So if I could do a dungeon until then, that'd be great. I just need somebody to invite me. I need anyone to believe in me. Somebody needs to believe. Somebody. I don't want to do siege. Ugh. Kind of also don't want to do. I don't know. I guess I could do siege. Plus 11 necrotic wake. I mean. I don't need to get score, right? I mean, technically I need score so people invite me, but other than that...
Like everything was planned out here, it's so random. And then, you know, one healer, he's standing 2 yards further to the left, and then all of a sudden he's out of range with the guy who's supposed to heal. Then the guy is just dead. There's a lot of these things.
Ignoring that stuff. Yes. Yeah. Any negativity, just watch us. Yeah.
Oh, what the hell? Man, is Unfired banned? I just heard about the drama. I don't think so. Not as far as I know.
Yeah, it's gonna be so fucked. Even I know post-dinner is a white.
Now you know. I know what we go through.
My key went from a 2 to an 8, then down to a 6 again, and to an 8, and then down to 6 again. Yeah, I guess that's a lot of people's experience right now.
I had multiple, several-hour discussions about this topic.
It's true.
Yeah. I was blaming them about the food they were eating at the previous event.
Oh, it's bad.
Yeah, I mean,
Sometimes we have nice stuff, but most of the time.
yeah. Like I said,
Wait a second.
I should go full carnivore diet for the event, but people didn't really agree with me.
Whoa!
There's something with the Arakara trinket. I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, that's why because you just pass out. Like you eat 100 points and you go sit at the computer, you're just gone for like the next hour.
Right?
Yeah.
That's why I was anti-pizza at the RWF game, but thankfully they made pizzas. That was like their incentive for all the pizza arrived as they killed it. It was supposed to be the snack.
Yeah.
So don't feed them pizza. We'll be here till 5 a.m.
Oh.
This time is very good.
Ah, it's been really healthy.
In addition to it tasting very good as well.
And small portions too. It hasn't been an overfed.
Yeah.
Wait, the Arakara trinket works the same way as Spellslinger did?
I love how far they
Is that what it
You
is?
like as those little mini balls that say Bulbit? Is
Oh
mini
yeah,
gateway.
I kept forgetting to bring that
cute.
up, but
Oh,
it's
yeah,
so
it's so
funny. I kept forgetting to talk about it.
No, wait, I don't get it.
So it's like soft balls. It's double glaze.
I don't get it. Hey, Aaron Wen, thank you so much for 21 months. What's up, what's up? There's a status like releasing an egg with advanced intellect. Each egg hatches after 1 minute, and the new brood attacks your next target. Oh, your next target. Ah, I think I get it. Thanks for 6 months, Excel. What's up?
Times cushion nice things have killed.
I think I get it now.
And they always giggle about it.
Yeah.
Nice things killed Kush about 25 calls ago. Or when I was casting anyway. Kush didn't know what happened.
No, wait, I don't get it. It says 1 minute.
In camera. Kush just
So apparently you can stack up the trinket really highly.
see what happened.
99 stacks in 39.6 minutes. Damage on next stack. Those stacks proc from cast, in proc from autos. So you just auto a damage for 40 minutes without ever casting.
And then especially the one line that is like straight towards the boss. It's
You mean the charge through those?
no. I mean,
Could go rested for mana pool, build stacks using heals, and swap spec.
when you get a completely straight line, then we said like, oh, okay, the guy with the straight line doesn't move, so that one can just run fast. And then that kind of worked. For like 2 weeks, and then we ran into the scenario where, oh, both of the guys that are in the same spot got the same,
Just stood still.
straight line, and both two were just standing there. Okay, this will just die.
Yeah.
And that just shows like how random it is that we went basically 40 pulls with a rule that doesn't even.
Okay, I still don't fully understand how this works, but apparently there's some weird stuff going on with the trinket and you can stack it like really highly. Like, no, I'm not talking, like no one in the race is doing it. It's the Moonkins that figured it out, like the Moonkin Discord. No one is actually using this in the race right now, in case anyone's wondering. Like, people are just trying to figure out stuff like this now because of the Spellslinger thing, so they try what else works similarly.
I mean, the last fight has been like really
Another explosion to Gerby band.
that is in this style of fight.
At this point, I have to do a fast dungeon.
Yeah, it's harder because it's so random.
Yeah, the intention. Crazy.
It's got 0 forgiveness as well.
Yeah.
For week 1,
That's why I'm surprised this is the DPS check because it is so mechanically punishing.
they did some serious math on this. It's tuned like perfectly.
Need to fix start by pulling off Stitch Borealis. I think it's just the first boss that is bugged in that dungeon, right? I don't think.
It's tuned to the exact number you can call.
But there's certainly some bugs with Starfall right now.
They've got to give them credit for that. They're right on the money with what is due or pull.
But that first boss is being pulled by literally everything.
What you can change though, it could make it really easy.
Like that first boss area is super bugged.
By 5%?
It was also bugged in beta. I think I reported it a few times. Okay, that's a lie. Definitely not a few times. I probably reported it once.
For everybody else, it's not that big of a deal. Bit of HP, obviously, because the damage check is wacky.
Hey Newman, what's up?
Imagine if you change the execute to a 5% threshold instead of 10. Like, it'd be almost free, right?
Yeah, I got what you're saying, Newman. Unfortunately, you can't disqualify anyone from the race over first because it's not an official tournament, right? So there's no such thing as somebody getting disqualified. The only thing Blizzard could do is ban them, or ban him, in this case.
Murdered immediately.
Probably need to do some patching mechanics if they're gonna nerf anything.
Yeah.
Because they nerf the HP of the boss in the game.
Yeah.
Going to like either some for the tank thing.
Man, I don't think anyone's inviting me. Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna go craft a weapon then.
Or
Just use the time efficiently in other means then. I'm not sure if I'm gonna get my plus 10s done this week.
have you seen the tank figures from Christmas?
It would be good to get scores so I can actually get invited next week though. Otherwise I'm gonna be having an issue. If you want to know what the exploit is about, you should check out my YouTube video. I explained it all there.
Yeah, but that's full. And then Kush just came in. Oh, I was streaming. He come into my room. He sat there. He's like, I've just not been invited back. And it's been like half an hour. He's like, I don't know what's happening. I had to go do my split, and he's just not invited me back to the raid. He just lost his spot for like half the day. No.
I don't know why people think that unwanted behavior warrants a ban when the players not communicated the wanted behavior. The players are communicated the wanted behavior. The wanted behavior is to not use anything in game that doesn't work as intended to your advantage. And clearly, whatever he was doing was not working as intended, and he knew that.
Basically, you get like 500k
He did know.
each time you use it.
Let's not say he doesn't. But that's not even a discussion. It's not. The discussion is not did he know or did he not know, because he knew.
End of the fight,
Like it's. I don't even think it's worth to talk about that because it's pretty obvious that he knew what he was doing, right? It's not. It's not that it was like coming out of nowhere. It's on Blizzard. No. Like. Yes, in a sense that it's on Blizzard that they haven't banned people before for doing similar stuff. But the fact that it's a bug, or the fact that a bug exists, is not something that can be avoided. There's no such thing as a bug-free game. Like, even if you hire thousands upon thousands of people to just fix bugs, you're still gonna have bugs. Yeah? There's no such thing as,
No one thought you needed him for Food Twister either.
like, just because the bug is Blizzard's fault, which is true, they're coding the game, right? Doesn't mean that they shouldn't punish people that are abusing bugs on purpose. I mean, and in the end, there's no reason to, because even if you are correct, like, even if your opinion is that if it's Blizzard's fault that the bug exists, it doesn't matter because Blizzard makes the rules. It's their game, they make the rules, right? So the rule is, do not use bugs to your advantage if, like, on purpose. That's it. If something doesn't work as intended, and you know it's not intended, and you're still using it to your advantage, then that's against the rules. It's really that simple, and Blizzard made that rule, and it exists, and that's just how it is, right? If you disagree with that rule, then that's fine, right? But you're not the one making the rules. Blizzard is making the rules.
They planned for it, right? They knew what was going to happen.
Is he gonna get banned? We don't know. We don't know.
They've really thought about this boss a hell of a lot, and this is why I'm terrified of what's going to happen.
Hey, Kivadorgas, thank you so much for 2 subscribers. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. But yeah, if you want to hear more about it or know more about it, definitely check out my YouTube video. I've talked about this enough on my stream today. Yeah, it's only so much you can talk about this. They're gonna ban him or no? I don't know. Like, I don't know if they're gonna ban him or not. I do not know.
It's the worst thing ever. Yeah. Nice cook, Rodney.
There's drawings, they were beautiful.
Oh,
Alright, so I'm gonna go craft a weapon. First, I'm gonna need an enchanted gilded harbinger crest.
Last one had their best ball and Roger types out on his
So
phone.
first I need to buy.
For a dot 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 and holds it up.
I'm surprised how weak they were in the last phase. They lost. It didn't seem to
My directive.
This one here. Perfect. Now I'm gonna see what mats I need.
Yeah, it was like 4 days.
And that was surprising. We knew something was wrong with this one.
I have calibrated my
He really was
prices
like,
to
I
be
was like,
reasonable.
oh, he's leaving, but something's really sussing the
I know why it doesn't track it.
I didn't expect
Whatever.
this, but there was something.
So need storm dust, gleaming shard. Fuck, I forgot it again.
I have an extended supply.
Storm dust.
Yeah, but the easiest, like, you know, to figure out what you got. Like, they did swallow on last time, right? They know you can kill it, but from those numbers, they can figure out how to choose
Then
crap properly.
I forgot.
What was it, 5% different?
Gleaming something? Gleaming shard? 15, right? Wait, I don't need the maximum for this, I think. Whatever, it's too late now. I bought it already. What's the last one? As this race is going to take a while, it does seem like it's taking a while, yeah? Like going to cause any issues for you guys at Aqua in terms of venue hire or having to catch flights on a certain day? It might. I mean, I'm not personally involved in any kind of like organizing like anything really, but I think the hotel is booked to like maximum next Sunday, which is longer than a race usually lasts. It usually lasts 9 to 10 days. My flight back home is also next Sunday. Some people's flights are earlier than that. So some flights probably have to be rebooked. We just don't know if the hotel is going to have to be extended, because that's a major thing, right? Because if the hotel doesn't have space anymore, then we'll have to find alternatives for that. But the flights definitely, like the flights getting rebooked, of course it causes issues, but it's not like the end of the world, because you kind of assume that that might be the case, right? The venue, I do think, is available for longer, but I am also not sure about this. In theory. I do think that if the race does take longer, I think, like I've heard that, like maybe the production, maybe the main broadcast is not going to go on for longer, but I doubt that the players are not going to stay here. Like, they kind of have to stay, right? But I don't really know much about it. Ooh, Method has 7% vibe. Not bad, not bad. Nice, nice, nice. I kind of think, like, people think that Liquid is close to killing Boss with the 3%, but honestly, I think we're going to see some more, like, lower percent wives. Like, I do kind of think that before the boss dies, we're going to see a guild have a bunch of, like, 1% wives or so. Because usually bosses that are, like, such a difficult damage check, they don't just fall over all of a sudden. Like, usually, like, sometimes you also have wipes with everyone alive and just not quite making a damage check, you know? Yeah, so I think there might still be a lot of, like, 1% wipes or 0 something wipes. Because, yeah, I don't think this goes from, like, 7% to death, you know? Because a lot of people said, oh, Liquid could kill at any pull. And, like, technically, yeah, but I do think that even Liquid is going to take some time still. A couple of hours at least, I think, personally. I mean, I might be wrong, but... Maybe they also just one-shot it after the break or something, who knows? After waking up, you know, after breakfast.
Oh, nice. And you didn't come to the Sweden races?
So let me see him.
You had bad habits, did you?
I was gonna come, and then all of a sudden I wasn't.
And then, no. I meant to bring that straight and sober. And then he got COVID. That's the same hotel room.
Okay, and now I need to figure out what this inscription thing costs.
If you watch the stream, Togo speaks.
The weapon?
Goldy English accent. You know, talking about American style. He goes, "Yes, so we've got this screenshot."
It's this one. Okay, so we need this.
Yeah, he's in his princess cop. He's a broker, right?
Then I need 10 of those. God, that's expensive. Jesus Christ.
Constantly more of them.
15 of those?
Low rep.
Oh my goodness.
Fucking bill.
What the fuck?
Give them augmentation to make sure they're never left behind.
Yeah. And if you call them out on performance, they just say, oh, that's like.
Oh, yeah.
So I need one of that as well.
Hidden damage.
And now
Then I
you
need
put a save
Ascension.
button, it looks even worse.
Oh.
Never ends.
Well, the suffering never comes to a stop.
Oh yeah, now good.
I thought we were having by now.
You don't need rank 3? Well, whatever, I have rank 3 now.
Master got like 7.8.
Drives you.
7.7. They only lost one person.
Okay, let's have somebody craft my Enchanted Crest through public orders, I think. And then I'm gonna have to find a crafter for the actual weapon to have it rank 3. This one, let's just do 500. Whatever. Okay, so I need an inscription, dude. Hmm. Let me see.
Well, if you guys are all good friends, you share lots. Oh, do you?
Yeah, but we're gonna form different items in the same library. And then he told me, I got a leak. I don't think my radiator will like this with the team now. I was like, what?
How much should I be paying for a rank 5
And he said,
gilded two-hand weapon? Approximately.
My directive has been fulfilled.
Millions? No, like actually tell me, what would the fee be?
Jimmy following the rules.
What?
Since he got married.
10 to 25k? 15k?
Wow, we don't see
For 2 million? What the fuck?
this is it. It's over.
10k?
Free.
Really? That expensive?
Mine cost me 20k yesterday, Taro.
No shit.
Yeah.
10k? Huh. That's crazy.
Just dodge, you
Mages
know.
are unkillable, right? That's why.
It's really obvious. It's on the floor as well, you know. Just look at the floor and then step in the thing.
It's 1 to 2?
Return and peruse my insights.
Okay, now I'm confused.
maybe got taken out by his mage comrades.
That's probably what it was. Yeah. Wasn't my fault, bro.
In the initial strat, we
Pay
had
what you find fair.
this on
But
the
you usually get 15 to 20k.
in the intermission.
Yeah.
And they said, it's gonna be good if they're all in the same place since they can just blink around.
Now I feel so much pressure.
It wasn't that good.
Yeah.
Pay what you find fair. Oh my.
Coming up during the suck and the fucking shades, that's a lucky time to lose.
It's this one, right?
Relax, boys. Ways to go, yeah.
Oh, what's their name?
I feel like you're
I don't know how to write their E sound. Fuck, guys, I don't know how to write their name. It's like an E. Ugh, god damn it.
These FPS POV.
I have to Google this letter
Camera.
Yeah.
so I can copy paste it.
His ass all the time.
I was watching him this morning and I asked him, is the FPS actually this low? And he told me, yeah. Can't believe me.
There we go.
And that's a classic behaviors. Some sketchy add-on that hasn't been updated in 10 years.
Ooh, you can actually right-click and copy character name. I did not know that.
We give them the best processors in the market, the best GPUs, we still like.
You saying 10k? Okay, whatever. We do 10k.
Yes, when the roots were up.
Yeah.
He said 15 to 20k though. I don't know. Wait, fuck. I forgot to get the...
Terrorism in this intermission sometimes is absolutely.
Oh, wait, Spark of Moments.
The mages are dead. Is
There you go.
Spark and Cat, right? The only people are dead are mages.
Seems good.
Oh, Maze Demons is looking at 11% of the. We're off one combat race. Get totally for the smear instead. Over in phase 3 again.
My keyword's massive? I mean, I do have a pretty big keyword. Like, I do have a macro bar on the sides. Not because I used it, but because I'm used to having it. And I keep pressing the wrong buttons if I don't have it. It just has one macro bar, like, here on the side. That's it. Like, one extra bar. There we go. Now I'm gonna have to buy one of these expensive enchants. God, this whole thing is just such a scam. Professions are a scam, guys. What enchant do I want again on my weapon? I forgot. I'm streaming from the Echo venue, from the Racewell First. It's the SK Gaming facility in Cologne. Storm Rider's Fury.
Yeah. I would like to see them somewhat survive a little bit longer till Enrage here. Because they did not do well with any of this. It's okay, it's got to time for them.
Do you miss the I do miss my treadmill. Today I cycled for like almost 2 hours on a stationary bike because I felt so deprived of movement. So I was like, I have to do something. So I cycled for like 2 hours. Yeah, it's just because I'm casting and streaming all day, so and the hotel is like really close by, so I'm like barely walking ever. I take like 10 steps a day. So I'm gonna be casting with Jesse tonight. I haven't casted with Jesse at all this race yet, so I'm excited. We're just gonna be talking about nonsense all day. All night, rather. Well, actually, I don't know how long. I don't think that, well, I don't want to say they won't, but I feel like the likelihood of them extending today, like going further, like longer than they usually are, is kind of low. Unless they actually feel like they can kill a boss. Like if they get really close, then maybe, but otherwise, I doubt that they're going to be extending any longer, because playing this boss is well tired, and like there's also like no big reason to kill it tonight necessarily. Like it would be good for morale if they kill it tonight, because then they would have made up time in comparison to Liquid, right? But yeah. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna have to leave. I'm gonna cast on the Echo broadcast in 20 minutes, and I'm gonna make sure to get a little bit of a downtime before I jump from one stream to the other. So I'm gonna leave you for today. I hope you enjoyed my Sunday stream that I usually don't do. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thanks for the discussion about the whole band, this thing that we had earlier. It was as civil as it could have been. So I really appreciate you guys joining and talking about it here with me. And yeah, I hope you have a nice rest of your Sunday. Hope you had a good weekend in general, and I wish you a good start to the week tomorrow as well. I will be streaming tomorrow, and tomorrow I'm actually casting in the morning, I think. I think I cast at 8 a.m. tomorrow. In fact, both Monday and Tuesday I cast at 8 a.m. So I will be streaming later tomorrow. So the next 2 days I'm going to be doing... I'm not sure if I'm going to be doing an evening stream. probably not. I think I'm actually gonna stream after I'm done casting. So probably like an afternoon into evening stream, both days. So that in the evening I can go to the gym and stuff. Because otherwise, if I go to the gym between casting, then I have to take a shower in between, and it's annoying. So I'm probably just gonna do casting, streaming, gym. Is the plan. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out. Can't speak anymore. This is perfect timing for the main broadcast. But yeah, I'm gonna host you over to the main broadcast, so you guys can hang out with me there. I'm gonna be the owner of the iPad, so I can read what you guys are saying in chat, and hopefully we can see a kill. I mean, that would be really cool. Technically, we could be seeing a kill while I'm casting. That would be amazing. I already casted a kill on Root Twister with Preach. So maybe I get to cast the kill of Kives as well. Maybe I'm going to be the lucky charm and they're always going to kill bosses when I'm casting. The sun is like directly shining into my face right here, yeah. Like, I'm like, whew. It is so warm in Cologne right now. Like inside, like it looks like it's not warm because inside here we actually have the AC turned down pretty like low. So I'm wearing warm clothes inside here, but outside it's actually really warm still. It's really warm here in Cologne. Like you can walk outside with a shirt, even like during the late evening, like even at 10, 11 p.m. or so, you can walk around in a shirt if it's not windy. It is really nice. So yeah, guys, enjoy watching the Aqua broadcast, and thank you so much for hanging out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Goodbye. And thank you so much again, Anonymous, for contributing towards the ski touring set. I really, really do appreciate that. Thank you very much. Goodbye.